will take care of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And
not yet.
the standings here with Magnus Carlsen leading with 4.5 points, along with Arjun Erigaisi, Maxim Vasher-Lagrave, Vladislav Artemiev, and Gukesh Domaraju. These are 5 players on 4.5. In the women's section, we have a sole leader, Zhu Jiner, who is on 4 points. And then we have several players on 3.5 points. So today is the day 2 of World Rapid Championships, and it's going to be a very, very exciting day.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday, day 1 was already a surprise to us with so many upsets. I cannot even believe, Sagar, that there are so many players who are on 50% score, and these are some amazing players like Duda and
Vincent
Keimer, absolutely, Jobawa. So it just shows that it's such a tough event. The last event of 2025, it's always fixed these dates during Christmas for World Rapid and Blitz. And somehow, the players have also got used to it. The family and those who win, those who will become the champions, they celebrate some amazing New Year.
Right. And also, Amruta, I must say that there is a lot at stake in this tournament. There are 2 world titles, the World Rapid Champion, the World Blitz Champion. And as we see on our screen, we can see the 2021 World Blitz Champion, Maxim Vasher-Lagrave, who's getting ready for the game.
Yeah, he has actually won the World Blitz Championship before. And, MVL is white over here. If he was black, then we would have expected a Sicilian night off.
Yes, he loves to play the Sicilian. And Amruta, MVL has been a player who has given Magnus quite some tough time before. I remember in the World Blitz 2023, he managed to beat him. And so it'll be interesting to see how their clash pans out. We also have Arjun Erigaisi versus Vladislav Artemiev. And we have Anish Giri versus Gukesh Domaraju, a very interesting clash.
Wow, yeah, that one is like even Anish is playing very well. He has come here with his family in Sotico and the 3 kids. So I think many times when your family is there with you, you are more motivated.
Right, I agree. And Amruta, the games have begun. Very much motivated. Pawn to E4 played here, and let's have the board.
Go.
So we can have the board here. And
but maybe Rapid is the format where we are able to see more Sicilians and more open Sicilians as well. But let's see what Maxim will play here after E4, C5, Knight F3, Knight C6. We are soon getting the board here. Today we will have only 4 rounds instead of 5. So yesterday was really tiring for the players. And yes, it has been Rosalind over there in Magnus's game. Magnus, I mean, he has generally said that nowadays, like, he's not much into opening preparation. And I don't know about MBL, how it is recently, but his experience of playing Sicilian Knight does help him with the white pieces as well.
Right, Amruta. And here we see that the game has started, and we have pawn to E4, we have C5, and maybe we'll get the board also over here in the fan zone. And we have a very interesting close Sicilian building up. And there we can see
Knight C3.
It's Knight to F3, Knight to C6, and maybe we'll also, Amruta, there are other games that are going on, and we will fix the microphone also, guys.
So for the online, I think the mic is being fixed right now. But you're in the fan zone, guys. Everything is perfectly fine. If you get a moment, do book your ticket and come to Doha. Okay, but we can still go ahead with the game, yeah?
No, it's not up here.
All right. And how is the day for you? For the online chat yesterday, they have been watching a lot of content there. There is players who are arriving, leaving, and everything.
Yes.
Oh. So
We can do later. So right now, Amruta, we are just trying to fix a
yeah,
few
until the
things.
fixer, maybe you can tell us about how was your day yesterday and what did you do? So
I think yesterday was very, very exciting, Amruta, filled with lot of ups and downs in terms of the games. But once the game started, I think Magnus was playing really well yesterday.
exactly.
He was in top shape.
And also Gukesh.
We
it's
have
there.
the board here, and just a second.
We have the board over here already. So guys, one by one things are set. I think every day we also make some blunders like how the players meet. But we are hoping that we are getting into the groove and there will be no more blunders. Yes, Sagar. Okay, so E4, C5. Which is your favorite opening? All those who are watching this event right now, which is your favorite opening, which you love to see happening between these top players? Do you have a favorite opening which you love to see? Which one? Recently played a lot of French defense. Yeah, that would be all interesting. Anything other than E4, E5, and Lopez, I think, would be more exciting in general. But
So you can show the game. Board is there.
board is there. Okay. So knight c6, he goes bishop b5 here. The knight goes to f6, and we have knight supporting the e4 pawn, g6, h3. Okay, is this move the main move? Just trying to see what is the opening preparation over here. But it does look like it is one of the best moves. h3 played, but Magnus is already thinking he's down to, when did he use his time? We won't get to know, but yeah, we won't get to know, but it seems that h3 has taken Magnus by surprise a bit. And I would love to see if there are games in this. And it seems that the main move is e5. Then there is also short castle, and h3 has been played. So h3 was tried by Wang Hao with white pieces, Sergei Movsesian, Swidler. So yes, but we can say that it's not the absolute main move and Magnus is thinking over here. That's just the fifth move, and Maxim may have got this very slight edge by surprising Magnus and making him use his time over here. He must be thinking of whether he should go knight d4 over here, whether he should get a break in the center, because generally a move like h3 can be a bit slow. He is trying to control the g4 square, I believe, like when you want to go e5, there's no knight g4. So that's the idea here with the white pieces. And Magnus down to 10 minutes 45 seconds over here. We can also have a look at another game. Maybe we stay here until Sagar is back. And, it's not so often that we see Magnus taking 5 minutes on the clock. I'm very curious to see the move which is a direct hitting the center, d5. What happens here? Because the whole idea of this move h3 was that you don't have the g4 square anymore. And if the knight moves back, attacking the c5 pawn over here, then white is happy taking the knight over here. Is everything okay, Sagar?
Yes, all is well. And right now, After h3, Amrita, you were saying that Magnus has been thinking for more than 5 minutes.
Absolutely, that's a lot of time.
Wow, Magnus seems to have been surprised by this move, or he's just getting into his groove. But this is not common.
Yeah, because also this H3 move is not so common, Sagar. And I think that is the reason he's gone into a deep thought. Because there are these ideas we were looking at D5 where white is happy to get E5. Maybe knight D4 is something he is thinking. Also, can we check other games? Is that possible to go move to the board number 2?
Yeah, we can go to board number 2. Arjun Erigaisi is playing against Vladislav Artemiev, and this one is a very interesting opening. Knight to f3, d5, c4 played by Arjun, takes, e4, and now took the pawn on c4, and this is the live board position that we have.
Oh, but then the d4 square looks very weak.
Yeah, the d4 square is weak, Amrita, but white is way ahead in development, quickly moving ahead with castling and brings the knight out to a3.
Wait a second, did you spot that? Arjun has 15 minutes 21 seconds. Artemiev is down to 8 minutes. And you know, he's a player who really manages his time well. So this one is a huge thing, and Arjun has managed to out-prepare Artemiev.
Right, so this one also looking quite dangerous here. And let's go to board number 3. We have the world champion Gukesh taking on
Grand Swiss champion.
Yes, Anish Giri.
And who knows if he might be the world champion's challenger. So knight f3 there.
D5, G3, knight D7, D4, and look at this opening played here by Gukesh. We have a Catalan here through a different move order. Pawn to A5, B3 played, and now takes, bishop B7, knight to C3, and rook C8. We have this as the live board position.
The C file is open for white, the E file for black, and you know, black would think of C5 at some point, either isolating the D5 pawn or going for hanging pawn, Sagar. If you could just show the arrows over there, then that's a very dynamic position we are going to get into. But I don't know whether Anish will play simple, you know, just the beginning of the day. Many times you start bad and then it's a big problem.
Yeah, we'll see how this game goes. But as of now, Amrita, a very, very interesting equal position that is there.
And have you guys observed that, you know, this is a tournament where very few players actually wear their blazers because you have to move very fast. So this is actually an important thing about how you dress for the World Championship. Though jeans are always okay.
Right. Okay, Amrita. Maybe we can go to the top board clash between MVL and Magnus.
Okay, did he play finally? And how long did he take?
He took a lot of time. He played his knight to D4 after 6 minutes of thought.
Wow, that's almost 50% more for MVL. So knight D4. Do you take and allow C takes D4?
So E5, knight comes to H5, and then white castles.
Can I go D6 here? Or bishop G7 is simple development. Okay.
Well, D6 is not possible.
What am I doing?
It's an illegal move. But at this point, this knight could potentially get trapped at some point if, let's say, for example, bishop G7, rook E1.
No, D3. No, you want to go G4 basically.
Yeah, but I just wanted to protect my pawn. Although winning this pawn here on E5 comes with its own set of risks with rook E1, and the rook opens up.
Yeah, this looks like a deadly compensation for white, and I'm sure Magnus would be very unhappy to go into something like this. So let's go back to the main position, live position there. Knight F4, what are we jumping in?
Yeah, knight jumps into the center. And Amruta, let's
Wait,
see.
what if d3 and I disco the knight on f4? Do you go back to e6? Do you defend it?
Yeah, he wants to improve the position of his knight. That's his plan, Amruta.
But which knight do you
That's
want
what
to
he
go back?
wants to do.
This knight. Okay. So both the knights staying very solid over there with e6 and d4. White has a good central place space, and also his development is much better. But you know, the e5 pawn can become a big target from the black side because the knight on f3 cannot move.
Yeah, true.
And if you cannot move the knight, you don't have f4 or d4 to support the e5 pawn. And that is the reason, you know, the pieces are going to be a bit tied down for the e5 pawn, which will be under a target with bishop g7 and queen c7 and so on. Yeah. So the question is, will MVL manage to keep this time difference, because it is already a very huge for the slight initiative he is having. I might give the assessment as +1 for MVL considering the time difference as well. So some moves did happen, but
Yeah, he took on d4, Amruta. Knight takes d4, c takes d4, and now came a move, queen f3. And queen has moved to the f3 square, and that is a very interesting move. He's attacking the knight, and if you take here, he'll take the knight on f4, and Magnus has now a chance to sacrifice his knight on g2.
also Sadar, a very big news, but I believe it could be a transmission error. Chanda's board against Yu Yangi, a big blunder has happened by Yu Yang.
Well, it's board number 5.
I think Sandipan blundered, yeah?
No, Yu Yangi is winning totally. Sandipan, no, I think there was some mistake.
Transmission
Yeah,
error,
there was a
yeah?
transmission error, but still, Yu Yangi is clearly better
Oh,
in this position with
got it.
black.
Sandipan has played so amazing in this tournament. Do you want me to check anything related with the mic? Is everything okay?
Yeah, I think audio is not good
I will go and check.
online. And so here, as of now, guys, let's go and check the game of this very young boy who's doing well in this tournament, 15-year-old Gautam Krishna. He's playing on board 10 and he's facing Hans Niemann. And in that game, it already feels like Gautam is going to beat Hans Niemann. I mean, he's better already. It's too early to say, but look at his choice. He went for the Scandinavian e4 d5, takes, queen takes, knight c3, and this is the position. Queen takes, bishop e2, and he simply snatched a pawn. And Hans was like, okay, this gives me good chances, but bishop g4, and now queen takes, and already it's maybe slightly better for black with e6, bishop coming out, and I think no problems here for Gautam against a very strong player like Hans Niemann. Let's go to board 1 again.
To play, he could have played the move e3, bishop. He could have brought bishop back 94, but his queen a3 no. I wonder what is his idea.
and MVL plays the move d3. So as we imagined, his idea was to play this queen here to a3 and then push the pawn to d3. That is why he played it there. And Magnus now, what does he do is the next question. I think one idea is play pawn to b6 and bishop b7. That would be a good plan if he can make that happen. But okay, let's see what Magnus comes up with. He has 5 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes for MVL. And he plays it. He finds the best move, b6, with the idea of bishop b7 to hit the knight. And now, Amruta, I can send a new Zoom. नया link भेज. हाँ, I'll send a new link. ठीक है? नया. Okay. Send. Okay. Knight comes to f4 here, and now Magnus has to decide whether to take the knight or move the knight behind. I mean, taking here would, I think, help white considerably. It improves his position. But if he goes knight to c7, all of a sudden, the bishop is not in a great space. And after bishop c4, there is b5, bishop b3, and guys, what would you play here? Black to play. Anyone?
Yes, a5. Fantastic move. Trying to trap the bishop here with a4, also hitting the queen. And this would be a good position. And he finds it. Knight c7. Magnus is in great shape. Bishop c4, and he didn't play b5. He plays bishop b7. And so bishop to b7 played.
Sort of. It's all good now.
And right now, Magnus's position, Amruta, looking better and better with every move. He had a small opportunity here to push the pawn to b5, but he did not go for it. He preferred to just develop his bishop here.
It's so funny that when I see this after a gap, I suddenly find what is the queen doing on a3.
Yeah, the queen swung over from a3, Amruta. It's a very
I mean, how did it
original
even
game.
reach there? Queen d2, queen b4, queen a3, maybe.
Oh, and he played, Amruta, bishop d2, trying to get the bishop here.
But what? There is nothing on e7. I am a bit surprised.
Yeah, I'm not sure,
this
but
move.
he's just developing. He's connecting his rooks. Maybe he wants to double down the e file here.
And what should be black's next move there? Like, do you even want to push any central pawn, or do you not want to touch it?
I'm not sure what the way in which Magnus wants to play, but Amruta, there's b5, a5, expanding on the queen side.
Like, there is one move. If you go d5, Sagar, and let's say there is e takes d6, e takes d6.
Yeah, this actually
this is
helps
a
white, right?
Yeah, this is a double pawn. Sometimes it's good, but in this case, it seems that not a great idea. Rook e8 is happening.
Okay, so here
I like
Magnus
a6,
is
b5.
thinking, yes, he's thinking for his move. He has only 3 minutes left. On time, he is a little bit under trouble.
Little, no, Sagar, that's a huge trouble. The
Right.
only thing is
Bye.
Magnus
Zoom pe.
plays really well.
under time pressure. I mean, it's not like he immediately makes mistakes or something that way. But generally, you have not seen such time management by Magnus Carlsen before.
Yeah. And Amruta, let's go to second board now, because here it's amazing. If you look at the time on the clock, Arjun
What?
Erigaisi has 11 minutes, while Vladislav Artemiev has just 1 minute 30 seconds.
Do we need to look at the position at all, or only the time now?
Now, definitely 1 minute with 10 seconds increment is good for Artemiev if he has a winning position, but not when he has a complicated position like this.
Absolutely. And you see, last move, he attacked Arjun's knight on a3. And the c3 and b4 pawns right now, they have advanced, but you don't feel any danger from them.
Yeah, they are. By the way, look at what he did. He went knight c4, knight takes, queen takes, cb2 happened, and Artemiev, look at Arjun.
Let's ask a question. What happens if you capture the rook and make a queen? Yes, there is a mate over there. All
Arjun,
is
very
certain.
tricky. He wants to checkmate in one move. And so right now, Artemiev must move his knight. He plays it, queen takes b2. And the thing is, Artemiev may be able to solve, let's say, few problems.
Mhm.
But if posed with many questions in this game, I think he might make a mistake at some point, considering that he has only a minute
Yeah,
left.
no. I have no doubt, Sagar, that Arjun is going to take this with him because of 10 minutes more. And also the position looks good. Queen c2 was such a nice defense. Counter-attack, actually.
Absolutely. Queen takes b2. And now he's down to less than a minute. He's at one. Wow. Can't believe it. He has 59 seconds.
And white is everything. He has got these rooks on the beautiful c file and d file. There is a passer on d5. There are these beautiful bishops on b1 and e3. I mean, 10 minutes more, Sagar. What do you want?
I think 10 minutes is the big thing, because, I can play bishop here. I can put my rook here. I think black's position is completely fine. It's not a problem with the position. It's the problem with time, and he's down to 30 seconds.
But time, luckily, is a part of chess, and that's the reason if you play brilliant chess but lose on time, it's not gonna help.
No, not at all. Amruta, this is not looking good. He's down to 20 seconds, 15. What?
Man.
He takes the pawn on d5, but that's a mistake.
It's in the pin. And PP on the PP, Sagar.
What does that mean?
As Tanya says, put pressure on the pinned piece.
But how do you put pressure on the pinned piece here? That's a big question, and that's why Artemiev took it. He's like saying to Arjun, how will you put pressure on the bishop? And Arjun says, I don't want to put pressure. I'm just going knight c6 next, or knight f5, and rook e8 played with just 13 seconds. That means he made the move when he had 3 seconds on the clock.
But now knight c6, so this is very cool that you give a pawn. It looks like a pin, but there is nothing to gain from the material. But you are using the pin to get your pieces more active.
But I think, Amruta, if you go knight c6, the queen will move out of the pin.
And knight e7, queen e7, and are you fine here?
Somehow.
g5. Oh.
Yeah, it's possible, but now I will save my bishop and black is okay. It's pawn up. So we have to be careful here as white. And the best move is knight to f5, eyeing e7 and g7. Okay.
I like that, knight f5, because then you again constantly have the threat of bishop g5 and pinning the knight here. But maybe we need to stay here a while because, everybody else is going to have 5 and 6 minutes on the clock. But Artemiev is playing with 10 seconds.
He's playing with 10 seconds. We will also, Amruta, check out other games in a bit. Knight f5 was played. Bishop f8 immediately played here.
And I think Arjun
played pg5. And again, Artemiev down to last few seconds plays rook c8.
But 2 pins, Sagar. There is the knight is pinned, the bishop is pinned. I'm surprised that black is not losing material anything.
Well, Artemiev is a genius. He played the best move with few seconds on the clock. If he saves this position, I will, go to him personally and congratulate this for this result. What an amazing play.
Yeah, but I don't
It
understand.
would be,
I
but
don't
it's not
understand
yet.
why not rook c8, queen c8.
Yeah,
Take the rook and bishop takes f6. I mean,
take.
I'm missing something. Queen f6.
Yeah, but Amruta, somehow after queen e6, you are able to defend everything. That's
Oh
insane.
my
And did you
God.
see here? Like if you go and take the bishop,
Yes, I saw that, Sagar.
there's a back rank mate. And don't think that back rank mates don't happen. Yesterday, Tan Zhongyi got back rank mated against Vaishali.
True. And that is a typical time pressure blunder which can happen. You're not looking at your back rank, you're always looking ahead in a way. So how you miss the backward moves, you can miss the back rank mate.
By the way, now it's time for Arjun to think. He finds the best move again, knight e3.
But he's finding the moves in 10 seconds, though he can take as long as he wants.
And now this is a big threat to take here and to take the bishop. And how do you even prevent it?
I don't know. Artemiev has 10 seconds. And as you've said, if he manages to defend his position,
don't
it's
think he
a
will.
brilliant act.
I don't think he will now because he is losing a piece. By all means, he might just
Yeah, he might have
he
to give an
went queen
extreme sack.
a5.
But now take on f6.
He's so smart. If you take here, he wants to take on a2.
What's happening there? I have won a piece.
Take, queen takes, and then you have 2 pawns to play against a piece.
Wow, and he's done that, Sagar. I think this is his best chance, yeah?
Yeah, he's playing like an engine. I think the best he could do in that position, he's making all the decent moves, but still his position is bad.
Very bad, but he survives. I mean, it's going to be a hard work for Arjun still to convert this, which we first thought should end in like maybe a minute or 2 minutes with everything being pinned.
Let's
So,
go,
okay,
Amruta, to
yeah.
board number 3, where we have Anish Giri playing against Gukesh, the world champion. And here we see that.
Oh, Gukesh has slight initiative.
Yeah.
That's what the engine says. But maybe you can explain why.
Well, I think the d4 pawn is quite strong. It's defended well. It's a passer. It's limiting the white pieces. It could also be said a weakness because white can go and attack it. But on the other hand, black can also defend it. So there's no way. There are 4 attackers, 4 defenders. My feeling is that this will end in a draw. Unless, of course, Gukesh goes crazy because I'm pretty sure Anish is okay with a draw here.
But I'm pretty sure Gukesh goes crazy. So,
yeah, he might just go all out for the win here. And there, Anish will get his chances also. So we'll keep an eye on this game, how it develops. Going to the 4th board between Maxim Matlakov and Javokir Sindarov. And Amruta, here, as we have been accustomed now recently, Sindarov is better. He's playing so well. He's just amazing.
And also he has 5 minutes more on the clock. A beautiful knight there on c2, having the d4 square. In general, Sindarov will convert this.
He's better.
So it's amazing that he has managed to keep that momentum going and flowing.
After the World Cup, right?
Exactly. And that's what confidence does to a player as well.
And we have Yu Yangi completely dominating this endgame with his knights and space against Sandeepan Chanda on board number 5.
But with some chances for white to, hold this because it's not completely gone.
Yeah, like for example, knight d2, he wants to go and trade. Maybe.
Yeah, there's some chances. Hopes. But if it can be either Yu Yangi wins or a draw.
And we are asked by our director to go back to Arjun game. No, maybe not. So right now, we can go and quickly check one more game. That is Nihal Sarin on board 6 against Shant Sargisyan. And Nihal Sarin is better in this position against Shant because the black king is very weirdly placed.
Absolutely. Shant, as we have mentioned, it means calm in Hindi, but the king doesn't seem calm at all.
Yeah, the king is very, very precariously positioned here. But I think it's not like a decisive edge here. Sargisyan can try and hold. There's one more player that everyone should know about in this tournament that's on board 7. It's LDR Orozbayev. And this player from white pieces is from Kyrgyzstan, and he is playing incredibly well in this tournament. I
Wow.
think he is maybe one of the finds of the tournament along with Gautam Krishna.
Yeah, he's on 4 out of 5. He's right now also doing pretty well against such a strong player, Ray Robson.
Yes, the position is equal, and Ray is trying to checkmate somehow with this bishop looking here, but it's not going to happen. Queen g3.
Oh yeah, and you kind of force the queen exchange, otherwise the queen is trapped.
Right, exactly.
So,
And so this one, and Amruta, very quickly going back to Magnus versus MVL on
but you
board
don't
one.
want to check Hans' game against Gautam?
We can go to board 10. Hans Niemann against Gautam Krishna is right now equal. It's
Wow, that means Gautam, and this guy always has more time than his opponent. He has managed another very comfortable equality against Hans Niemann. Big thing, yeah?
yeah,
We'll
it's
come back.
and also I feel like black is the one putting some pressure because this pawn is weak. So maybe Hans has to be a slightly careful. Meanwhile, just quickly
Yes.
showing this, Yan Nepomniachtchi is worse against Maxim Chigaev. So Yan has to be careful not to lose a game here.
No, but you know, Jan has 5 minutes on the clock and against 47 seconds, that too with his amazing bishops there, I'm doubtful. I think Jan will manage to flip it.
Yeah, let's go to board 1 now. We go to Magnus's game, and guys, can you believe it? Magnus Carlsen is worse. He's actually, if we can get board 1 here.
Oh, Magnus's last move, rook c5, was a mistake. He has tripled pawns on the d file, d4, d5, and d6. The bishop on b7 has no future on that diagonal.
Yeah, and Amruta, what a move here by MVL. He plays pawn to c3.
Oh, but
And-
he's actually eliminating the tripled pawns.
Because after takes, he wants to push d4 and win a piece.
And I do not have d4. That's the reason.
No, you absolutely do not have. I just take it and you can't take it back. So a big problem moment here for Magnus. He needs to play very resourcefully with just 20 seconds on the clock.
Can
He
he-
takes.
Why not d4 right away? C takes d2.
Yeah, Amruta, your
Would have
bishop
left
is
time.
hanging. Let's not get too ambitious here. Pawn takes pawn is simple. Just take it and push pawn to d4.
But is he losing material or rook b5 is there? Yeah, c takes d4 was
He
played.
took, and now Amruta, d4 is a big threat. How do you even play against it?
Rook
Because
b5.
rook b5, that's a great move. That's maybe the only move here, and Magnus might find it. Of course, I mean, he's thinking about it, but he's down to 10 seconds.
Why is he thinking if it is the only move? That does show that he's stressed. Rook b5 played, Sagar on the board.
He played it. Rook b5 is on the board, and now the best move for MVL somehow is to bring the queen back to d1.
Oh no, that's
How-
hard. You know, it's so
How do you
natural to
even
go.
play that?
Not at all. It's natural to play queen a4, trying to pin the rook
Yes,
with
but
the threat of c4
but
or
then I
queen
attack.
c2.
then I attack your queen.
And you are out of the pin, so you're very happy, right? So
So-
maybe queen c2 is more. Oh, what? He finds it.
He finds it because MVL is a super GM, Amruta, and moves that look very weird for us look normal for them.
Exactly. And now Magnus has made another wrong move, rook e7.
And
allow
now,
t4.
Amruta, here is a crazy move. I don't think MVL finds this. But
Wait.
guys, the move is knight to h5.
No,
Don't
you
even
were
ask
looking
me.
at it. Knight h5, gh5, Sagar.
Yeah.
Rook takes e7, bishop takes e7.
And
And then you go queen takes h5 with either bishop h6. I don't know.
that's
Is it
too much. It's winning, but I mean, can
Two
MVL
assists.
even calculate this?
Okay, if he plays knight h5, we have to applaud for him. I
Yeah.
mean, it's an insane move.
I mean, there are other moves you can just take on e7.
Oh,
but
he
then-
takes on e7.
Yeah, that's a normal move. He takes here, rook takes e7. It was super difficult to find this move.
But he can still go knight h5, no?
No, he did
It's
not.
not a tempo anymore.
He played knight to d3, rook a5. Magnus is back, knight to b4.
Wow. Oh.
But it's still worse for Magnus because you can see the knight is beautiful, putting pressure on d5. The rook is well placed. The queen is quite nice.
No, Sagar, it is only for a while. Once that light square bishop of black gets activated, then it's a big problem for white.
But where to go with the bishop?
You want it on f5, b1 diagonal, later coming to e4 or something.
It's very ambitious here. Rook a8. He goes back and now queen to... He played his queen.
Yeah, queen b3.
Queen to
He's
d3.
attacking the d5 pawn over here. But now you can go queen f5, right? Yeah.
Queen to f5. But that drops the bishop here.
Oops.
We have to
Blunder.
be careful.
We all blundered, collective blunder.
Collective blunder here. And meanwhile, a small update to all of you. Ray Robson has won his game against the player from Kyrgyzstan, LDR Orozbayev. So somehow his unbeaten stint has come to an end here in the World Rapid Championship. And Magnus goes back. MVL says, thank you so much for the pawn. He takes it. Bishop takes. And now queen takes d5. This is a clean extra pawn, Amruta.
Absolutely. But then, the bishop is gone from the board, which wasn't doing much, had to be ambitious. I think this is the way.
Well, right now, he's attacking a2. Magnus is saying to MVL, are you going to go rook a1 to defend your pawn?
Or can I go bishop f4, which is a counter-attacking move?
But then, Amruta, here,
Yeah,
queen a2, I attack your queen.
And I cannot even think of d6 in future because rook d8 and all is there. Okay.
He went bishop f4.
Oh, but then
played
queen
your
a2.
move. But I think queen a2, maybe MVL doesn't want to trade queens. He wants to go queen c6, keeping an eye on the pawn, on the rook, on this pawn. Very interesting.
Interesting, yeah. Oh, he exchanges the
He trades the
queens.
queen
Wow.
and plays rook e8, and Magnus goes king g7.
Maybe he will give bishop at 6 check and go into a rook endgame saying that a draw is fine for
No
me.
way, no way.
No?
This bishop is quite bad. I don't think MVL will trade it.
But then why did he trade the... I don't know. This is like completely losing advantage, and also on time he is only 1 extra minute. Magnus must be feeling very relieved.
Well, he doesn't have much time though. I think Amruta, he's managed his time very well. 54 seconds. And guys, I must tell you one big news. Vladislav Artemiev, who was playing with 1 minute when Arjun had 12, is actually equalized. That is just insane.
Genius.
16 seconds for Artemiev, 1 minute 38 seconds for Magnus. For Arjun.
Genius, Sagar. This is genius. But for a moment, can we go back to Magnus's game because they played many moves very quickly.
Oh yes, they have traded, and Amruta, we've reached the rook endgame with an extra pawn for MVL. I think this will most likely end in a draw.
But what does the book says? I mean, theoretically, it is a draw, yeah?
Yes.
With the D pawn.
Yeah, this pawn is just too close to the black king. Also, if it was A or B pawn, it's a draw. So this one should be a draw.
If there was a pawn on E3 and E6, then white is winning.
Oh, that's another
5 versus 4.
5 versus 4. Maybe we have to analyze, yeah?
Arjun versus Magnus yesterday. Correct. So there will be, MVL will try, but I think Magnus will hold this. Now is time to go to, you were showing Arjun's game and Gukesh's game, something happened. Yeah, people are saying big blunder, but some people are saying it's a transmission error.
We can go to Gukesh's board, the world champion on board number 3, playing against Anish Giri. And in this position, Gukesh is a pawn down. But his pawn, Amruta, has moved 1 step ahead. And in this, there could be certain chances that black could get.
Absolutely, because white king is weak.
Yes.
The second rank is absolutely weak. And, Gukesh is basically saying to advance 1 more square, I'm ready to give 1 pawn.
Right. So rook c4 has been played. And here...
Also, the A2 pawn is more like a trophy, Sagar. It just cannot be pushed.
Yeah, right now it's not contributing much. So this position is equal. We go to Arjun versus Artemiev.
Yes.
Believe it or not, Artemiev is totally winning.
How?
Wow.
by Arjun.
Unbelievable play by Vladislav Artemiev. He should
He
get
finds it.
the award for having the most amazing nerves. And you know, we were talking about we will go and meet Artemiev if he saves this game. He's actually not just saved, he's crushed it. He's winning.
No, this is out of, nowhere. We couldn't have imagined it. The pin and then suddenly 2 pawns down, equal time.
Incredible play by Vladislav Artemiev. Guys, what a player. And now he has 2 extra pawns. He can take his time. He's also ahead on the clock. He was. Yeah, now he has 9 seconds, but that's a lot of time. He played with 9 seconds for almost 30 moves now.
And this guy,
So he's used to this now.
but this guy's world rapid ratings, he is already in top 10. So
Yeah, he's very good.
very, very strong.
Very strong. And Artemiev might just take the sole lead in this tournament because Magnus and MVL is heading to a draw. Anish and Gukesh is equal. And now we see that in this position, Arjun and Artemiev is winning.
But Arjun, definitely this is going to hurt him because he was so much better and so much more time that, for him, it's a big blow.
Yeah, the black pawns are moving forward now, slowly and steadily there. And I don't think there's any way. I think the resignation is incoming very, very soon. What a turnaround. Absolutely. And that's what World Rapid and Blitz is all about. It's not just about accurate moves. It's also about handling your clock well. It's about keeping your nerves. And that's why this
But
tournament...
Artemiev didn't handle his clock well at all.
I mean, after a point, Amruta, he just kept his nerves so well.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's impossible to play such beautiful chess with 9-10 seconds on the clock each time.
Yeah, he's just amazing. And we quickly go to Anish Giri versus Gukesh's game. Whoa! There was a tactic that was missed perhaps, or maybe Anish saw it. Rook takes f4. You can't take because there's a pin. He traded here, and now Rook takes d3. This will end in a draw as well. So this one very likely to end in a draw between Gukesh and Anish, which means Artemiev might become the sole champion, sole leader of the tournament.
And which means highly possible that Anish might play against Magnus. No, but there are more people who will join now.
Yeah, a lot of people will join. Meanwhile, just to tell you guys, in the women's section, Alexandra Goryachkina drew her game against Zhu Jinner. So that was a good result for both the players, but Zhu Jinner was the sole leader. And Stefanova versus Harika. On this board, Harika is a pawn up right now. And, maybe it's equal. It's not a pawn up. 3 pawns per side. And this is looking at, it's also a draw between Harika and Stefanova. And Amruta, should we go back to the game of Magnus versus MVL?
Oh, yeah, let's go back over there because, in time pressure, a lot of things can be missed. There is no chance this reaches the F and H pawns. Yeah, a draw. Draw is agreed. Wow. And Magnus already asking.
And I think we should just check that win, Amruta, because that was so instructive. When he played his bishop to f6, you jump with the knight to h5, pawn takes, rook takes, bishop takes, and now queen takes h5.
Yeah, so you are a full piece down, but right now it's more like the b7 bishop and rook on b5 are not at all contributing to any defense on the king side. And what's your next idea? Let's say I go bishop f6, bishop f8, maybe
yeah,
better.
Bishop f8, and I go this, and basically I trade, and here I bring rook e3 and rook g3 and checkmate you. As you rightly pointed out, these two pieces are not in the game.
But what if f5 here? Rook e3, king f7, I can't run, yeah?
Yeah, you just lose.
Queen h7, I lose the queen because there is no king e8.
Okay, let's go to the game that's going on between Anish Giri. Meanwhile, Artemiev has won his game, and Anish versus Gukesh.
Oh, there's a perpetual now happening. Yeah.
Does Anish need to take the perpetual, or can he try a bit more?
No, you might get staircase mated. Yeah, rook e2 check, rook takes a2, rook a1. Be a bit careful.
Yeah, a draw has been agreed in this board as well. Maxim Matlakov and Sindarov ended in a draw. Sandeepan Chanda managed to hold Yu Yangi to a draw. That's a big result.
Really amazing, actually, after beating Levon Aronian, Pragnananda, also drawing this game.
And on board 6, Nihal Sarin is pressing a pawn up endgame against Shant Sargsyan. I think this will end in a draw.
Yeah, but white can try in time pressure something, because these are often a little tough positions to defend with black, I think. I think Nihal has good practical chances,
Maybe. I'm not so sure, Amruta. I think that it's more close to a draw for sure. And Alexei Sarana.
Look here. If king d6, there is rook f7. You have to go back to f8. Then I go king d4.
Yeah, you
Then
can't
e4
go. Amruta, you can't go up. You have to go king e8 or f8. Yeah, he goes king e8.
And now king d4 maybe.
King d4, e4, king d5, king e6. If you get that, you will win. But that's too much.
Why too much? How are you defending right now?
So rook a7 played.
He goes rook a7. And now king d4. I do think Nihal has some chances here. He's gone e4. Okay, but the king is a little on the short side. So even if you get one pawn exchanged after e5, then that might be a draw. But if he gets king d5, king e6, as you say, which I don't see how to stop. Rook b3, side checks. I like that. King c5.
King c5.
But now rook e3, king d5.
Yeah, I think
and again rook b3.
Here, and then just go to the side. So that when you come here,
FIDE principle, yeah?
check. Yes, I'll check you from the side.
Yep. And are there any more top board games going on?
Right now, we did have Hans Niemann versus Gautam Krishna going on, but Hans Niemann is winning.
Ooh.
He's won it against Gautam.
But Gautam did play very well, because we had seen his position when they both had around 3 minutes and he was doing pretty fine.
But now Hans is winning. He's up material. His c-pawn is queening. And Jan Nepomniachtchi lost his game to Maxim Chigaev. That's a big result. And Adam Kozak right now is trying to hold this against Caruana. I think it might have ended in a draw. Also, Richard Rapport lost to Henriquez Cristobal.
That's another a huge upset.
Yeah, lot of upsets, lot of Param Maksudlu losing to Ivan Zemlyansky, Dmitry Andrekin losing to Alexander Shimanov. Yeah, it seems like the day has started off on the wrong foot for many players.
Exactly. We will look at the results, but here, Sagar, I am very curious what happens in this rook endgame, because I feel it's not a pure dead draw. There are some chances, and we have seen so many times players going wrong with their final seconds when they have absolutely come down to 1 second or 2 seconds. That's when the only move is not found. Oh, that's a possibility. Next round, Magnus versus Hans would be amazing.
That could happen. Potentially, it is very much possible that we get Magnus Carlsen facing Hans Niemann. But Amruta, this tournament now has a sole leader in the open section, which is Vladislav Artemiev.
Absolutely. And any time later, if Artemiev comes down to 10 seconds or something, I'm not going to trust how much time the opponent has.
Yeah.
This guy is truly remarkable. Later, we should also check how he converted the whole game. We didn't get time.
He played amazingly well.
And they are gaining a lot of time now, because it seems the way Shant is playing, he knows that this is a draw.
Yeah, Amruta, this one I think is going to end in a draw. I'm very I would be very surprised if it doesn't.
Yeah, because recently Nihal has been doing really well. So he can get tricky. He has played so many hyper bullets, as everybody is aware of.
But with 10-second increment, I think Shant has enough time.
Yeah, Shant can be Shant.
Oh, meanwhile, I think there's one position, the board. I just want to show, if we can have the other view here. I want to show the board, the final position between Vasily Ivanchuk and Marco Materia.
But
And look at the
we
mate.
can have Nihal's camera here for the fan
Yeah.
zone instead of the playing zone.
But look at this. 3 pawns and winning position
Wow.
here. So a wonderful game by Ivanchuk. And it would be wonderful to see him also rising up, because when it happened in Doha last time, it was Ivanchuk who became the champion.
Yeah, that was in 2017?
16.
16.
Yeah, he managed to win, and we have that famous clip of him where in the closing ceremony he's playing checkers against Bahadur Jobawa. I don't know how many of you have seen it. You've seen it. It was here?
No, I was.
You were here. You were here. Yeah, in 2016, he was playing with those checkers, and then closing ceremony, they called him for the gold medal. He went up there. He stood on the stage, accepted his gold medal, but was calculating how to beat his opponent. And then he came back and beat Bahadur Jobawa in checkers.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was a super viral one for that time.
Beautiful video.
Oh, Ivanchuk, of course, a legend here. And he plays well. Like, it's not like now he's old or anything like that. He can win the tournament at any given point.
We have only this game going on and a game between Adam Kozak and Fabiano Caruana, which will also end in a draw. So very few games left now.
So this one you have the same opinion, Sagar, that absolutely there is no chance for white.
Chance. Absolutely no chance here. Just to tell you guys that Levon Aronian lost again. He lost to Denis Makhnev. He's on 3 points.
But that is an unexpected result. What happened to all the other guys who were on 2.5? Like Vincent was on 2.5.
Ali Reza was on 3, he won. Pragnananda was on 3, he won.
Duda was also on 2.5, I believe.
Yeah, we have a draw here already agreed upon.
You were right, as always. And final game, I think Fabi is playing. Is there any chance over there? Let's quickly go there.
Yeah, we can go to Fabiano Caruana. I think, Amruta, he's just brought his rook back, and even rook d2 should hold.
Yeah.
So this one will end in
a quick question, Sagar. After rook d2, can black take on f2? Rook takes f2.
I mean, it's a free rook.
King e3, king g3.
Yeah, that just stops, and that doesn't.
No, the king is too close. Otherwise, even that draw would be possible.
And they've agreed to a draw.
Okay, then the next round will begin in maybe a few minutes. Currently, it's 3:15. I think it begins at 3:30.
By the way, we have this very interesting endgame here between Sharan Rao and Boyan Maximovich, and it's winning for black completely. Okay.
Oh, he has this extra pawn. This is a typical position in endgame books, yeah?
So we have Surya Ganguly also draw here. I mean, there are few games going on like this endgame. Abhimanyu versus Emin Ohanian. Stelios versus Harshvardhan is going on still. And we have Anwar Tariq versus Nicola Altini. What a position. Look at this. He's going to make a queen, but white is also making a queen.
Reminds of Reti-like ideas over here, which the HNC pawn.
Draw. Oh, but this is a very tough endgame.
Though it's not a draw, I think black will convert now practically.
Yeah, Nicola Altini might convert this for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Amruta, right now, these are the results in the open section. Artemiev is the sole leader, followed by Magnus, MVL, Anish, Gukesh, Matlakov, no, just this. And then there are actually not too many. Ray Robson, Alexei Sarana, David Anton, Hans Niemann. These are the only people on 5 points. So next round will be very exciting.
Yeah, and before the next round, we will show them the robot chess also. We'll come a bit early.
You will show them, okay. And also in the women's section, just to round that up, we have Zuzhiner drawing against Goryachkina, Stefanova with a draw against Harika, Maria Muzichuk draw against Sara Khadem, Nino Batsiashvili won her game against Yuxin Song. So she joins Zuzhiner in the lead. So now Zuzhiner is no longer the sole leader, but Nino has joined her.
Yeah, so Nino is continuing her form from Global Chess League.
Yeah, she's playing very well. And Mary Arabidze beat the world champion in classical chess, Zhu Wenjun.
Wow. Is Mary from Spain, I thought? Arabidze.
No, she's from Georgia.
Georgia.
Le Tingye won her game against Gulnar Mamadova, and Bibisara Asaubayeva beat Padmini Raut. And there's one game going on. Humpy is still playing.
Oh, Humpy's playing?
Yeah, she's still playing against Bat Erdin Mungunzul, and I think
No, but I think it was stuck because people were in between talking about it. Here, who is to play because the clocks have paused?
Yeah, it's completely winning for white here with an extra pawn. So maybe
there was a resignation. Yeah. Maybe a flag down. Yeah, it's possible. Okay, Sagar, we'll take a short break and we will come back for the next round.
Yeah, we'll be back a few minutes before the next round. But in the meantime, you can go and check out a few things that are happening here. You have the Chess ID stall there, where you can actually make an ID for yourself for chess completely free. So you can check that out. There is also Chess Lang there. You can go and check that out. There is the Qatar Chess Association, which is there, the kiosk. There is also, you can play with the robots in the fan zone. There's also a merch shop here of Qatar Chess Association. So you can go and check some things out.
Actually, we will be showing every round one special thing, and we'll look into it, the merch also, and a lot of things. It is going to be exciting. I think we have all the stream issues solved, fan zone, everything is going perfectly, guys. If you want to check out the footage of the players, do go to FIDE's live stream. There you will find the footage of all the players. And yeah, it's been amazing to have you all here.
Okay, we'll be back very soon. Take care.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
In 2025, we mark the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection, and September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on, together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
Welcome everyone to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz 2025. We have Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi coming to the board. He has played a fantastic tournament to the start of it. He is on 4 out of 4 right now as he makes his way to the board. Arjun beat Marco Materia, GM Sandeepan Chanda, Bai Jinshi and Aram Hakobian, and now is on the top board facing Magnus Carlsen. As Arjun arrives to the board, he's the first one to arrive. His opponent is not there, and the games are about to begin. And as the entire hall settles in, what a beautiful view we have in Qatar, Doha here, as NRK also is talking into the camera there. And speaking about Magnus Carlsen, not yet at the board. Magnus himself has played quite well here, and he enters in as he's beaten Lorenzo Lodici, David Paravian, Ituri Zaga and Anton Guyaro. And there he comes in, and the arbiter signals to Arjun to start the clock as Magnus comes by. The hall is quite big, so it takes roughly few seconds, I mean at least a minute to enter in. And there he is coming to the board. And a handshake. Magnus has the white pieces. We are ready to go. As always, when Magnus comes late to the board, you can see there he has taken up around 40 seconds. He doesn't rush into making his first move. He calms himself down, adjusts his pieces, and now opens with knight to f3. Arjun plays the symmetrical with knight to f6. He brings his knight out, and Magnus now, with many options in his hand, goes pawn to c4. The English opening, but it could transpose into anything here. Arjun and Magnus already have quite the interesting sort of rivalry building amidst themselves. e6 played here by Arjun, and Magnus brings his knight out to c3. We have d5, and so the queen's gambit declined is on the board with knight bd7. Arjun trying to be very solid here. Bishop goes to g5. That is an interesting line here chosen by Arjun with bishop b4, the Ragozin system, and he plays his pawn to c5. Now when you play this way, you are essentially going to take an isolated pawn position with ed, which you are ready to take. And there you see Magnus chops off the pawn on c5, and queen a5 played, putting pressure on this pawn. Now if rook c1, somehow a2 is weakened and knight e4 was threatened here, so knight d2 is played to stop knight e4 ideas. But now I can take on c5 or c3. He first takes on c3, b takes c3, and again you can take either of these pawns. Wonder what Arjun will choose here. But Magnus has not really played super ambitiously here in this position. He's just playing something whereby he gets a playable position against Arjun. A fighting position is all that he hopes for. And Arjun now trying to sort of think which pawn to capture, and he takes queen takes c3. Well, if he gets the c5 pawn, he would be very happy, but rook c1. Oh, first he takes bishop f6. Arjun takes back with the knight. And now bishop to b5 check. You block here with bishop d7. And I guess the idea for Magnus is to take on d7, or maybe the intermediate rook c1. He goes for it. Rook comes to c1. Queen a5 makes a lot of sense. He brings his queen back. And now bishop takes d7, knight takes d7, and the pawn on c5 is hanging. You could potentially think about queen g4 ideas, but he first castles here. And knight takes c5 played. Now black is a pawn up, but he goes knight to b3, takes, queen takes, attacking the pawn on b7, keeping an eye on the pawn on d5. You can try and defend this, but Arjun's like, I don't want to. He goes castles, and Magnus is ready to chop this pawn on b7. It's looking like the game is quite a dull, boring affair. Queen takes b7 and should end in a draw pretty quickly. You can also look at Magnus's expressions there. He doesn't feel super thrilled. Queen takes a2, rook a1 comes in, attacking the pawn on a7. I go back, queen c4. And now rook takes on a7. He chops it off. And now there's only one small imbalance here. If you can get rid of this pawn, it's already equal. However, with this pawn still standing on d5, if there's someone who's playing for a win, it's white. It's not a win, but at least trying for something. h3. Magnus takes away the back rank issues. Arjun, by the way, has 9 minutes 36 seconds. Magnus has 5 minutes on the clock. h3. And now rook comes to d1. Queen to e2. Attacking the rook here. And so queen to a4 played. Brings his queen in. And g6. A good idea by Arjun, trying to make some space for his king on g7. And Magnus needs to find a way to make some progress. He goes rook a1. And Arjun is ready to harass with queen to b2. He's putting pressure on the rook on a1. Magnus plays rook f1, a clear sign that he's playing here for the win. And Arjun calmly brings his king up to g7. Queen a5 played. He's now attacking the pawn here on d5. And next, he has stopped rook d8. So queen b3, defending here, but also stopping any rook coming to d1. Queen comes to d2. And now once again, with the idea of rook d1, Arjun brings his queen to c4. And we have rook to d1, attacking the pawn on d5. h5 played. And g3. Just creating a luft. He may want to take this pawn on d5, but he's like, I'll wait. And Arjun doesn't also want to get into any passive defense. He's trying to actively seek his chances here. He believes that he can hold this 4 versus 3 endgame. King g8. And now the queen goes into b7. Arjun enters in with rook a2. And now have to be careful. If you take here, queen c1 check, king g2. And rook a1, and already it's white who's getting mated here. So that's the reason why Magnus is kind of forced to take this pawn. Queen takes d5, and we enter this 4 versus 3 rook endgame. King g7, king g2. King comes to f6. King comes to f3. King e6 played. Rook to b5. And he plays rook to c2. Until you have your rook here, I'm curious to see how Magnus Carlsen makes progress. He first pushes his pawn to e4. Okay. Arjun says, I'll wait. I'm in no hurry. And this is a theoretical draw, so it's completely fine. He goes rook a3. Now Arjun waits. King e3 played. Maybe he wants to play f3 and then bring his king up here. King f6, still waiting. and Magnus gives a check. This is the way in which you always try to press your opponent. King e7, h4, rook c2. Arjun is in no hurry to prove anything. f3 played here. Now suddenly you can see Magnus wants to go king f4, then king g5. So rook g2, attacking the g3 pawn, king f4. The pressures mounting bit by bit. You can see Magnus there with complete focus. Rook f2, and he pushes e5. So now he has some space. And he's trying to go for rook f6, king g5, f4, king h6, king g7. That would be a winning advantage here. Rook f1 played by Arjun. Rook b6. Magnus waits. Again, these waiting moves sometimes make your opponent go wrong, but Arjun is calm and patient. Also notice how he's kept slightly extra time on the clock. Check. King comes up. Again, he comes back. Rook to b3, defending the pawn on f3. Magnus had just 2 seconds on the clock. He got a bit worried there. Rook h4. Arjun attacks this pawn. And Magnus has to be careful. He goes king g8. Can we take this pawn now? He takes it. It's a good move. And rook g6. Okay, both king e7 and king f5 draw here, but which one? He goes king f5. Rook a6. And rook to b4. I love this move because he now has long side checks. Check, king g7, check, and Magnus agrees to a draw. What a defense by Arjun Erigaisi. True, he didn't need to reach here, but still it was fantastic as both the players put back their pieces. Arjun is like, you know what, rook g3. I made this entire plan with the king coming in here. Was it fine? And Magnus was like, maybe I didn't see anything wrong with it, but why didn't you simply go here rook g4? It would have been an easier draw. Yeah, well, they shake hands and the game is drawn. Kudos to Arjun. Okay, welcome back everyone to the 7th round that will be starting very soon in the open section, and 6th round at the World Rapid Championship. And it's going to be a very, very exciting matchup. We already have the pairings that have come out for this round. In the 7th round, we have Magnus Carlsen facing off against Vladislav Artemiev, who's the sole leader. He's on 5.5 out of 6. Magnus is on 5. So they both will play each other. Anton Guyaro from Spain takes on MVL from France. We have Gukesh on board 3. He is going to play against Alexei Sarana. And Ray Robson is going to play against Hans Niemann. These are the 7 players who are on 5 points. And we have 1 player who is on 5.5. In the women's section, we have very interesting pairing as well. We have 2 players who are on 4.5 points. They are facing off against each other. Zuzhiner takes on Nino Batsiashvili. And we have Goryachkina versus Bella Khotenashvili. And we have Vaishali on board 3 taking on Le Tingye. Sara Khadem on board 4 against Bibisara Asaubaeva. And we have Koneru Hampi taking on Yana Zapova. And she's a very young girl, Yana. She's 2008 born. So a youngster there. The round is about to begin here. You can already see the playing hall. Players are all moving in. And slowly it'll get filled up. It's always nice to see fans who come in. I have one question to our viewers here. This is sent by my good friend Jaikar, who is a quiz master, and it is for a small giveaway that this question is. So here's the question to you. Who is the youngest participant in the women's section this year? Does anyone know? Who is the youngest participant in the women's section this year in 2025 World Rapid Championships? The right answer will get a special prize. Not so easy. I can also give you a small hint. She is from India. So the one who gives the right answer, maybe you can take your time. In the chat, we do have the right answers coming, but that's because they already, I think, know about it, or they can. Oh, yes. And we have Amruta here, who's going to perhaps join me, but there's also robots there playing chess. I don't know if you guys tried it already there. Did you play the robots? Very interesting. You can play chess against the robots, and it's very cool. Yes, the right answer for the youngest girl player is Charvi. She's born in 2014. She's just 11 years old, and she was on 1 point out of 4 yesterday, and today she did lose her game, so she's on 1 point out of 5. This tournament is a big learning experience for many youngsters, because it's you get to play the best players in the world, and there you can see maybe if we can we get this here also? We can try. So right now Amruta is there. She's showing the footage from the robots playing against human beings. I'm actually curious, how good are they? Are they weak robots or they are very strong? There must be different levels for sure, because otherwise, I mean, it's difficult to beat robots these days. There we have it. You can see here on the screen. You make a move and it actually makes a move as well. Look at that. Ooh. It's very cool, yeah, here. You can always see some players wanting to play against the robots. It has its own arm and it's a nice thing. I remember there was one very nice video of Alexander Grishchuk playing against a robot that is on YouTube, where the arm moves so close to his face and he was so scared. So I don't know if that happens here, but okay. And yeah, that's very cool. So this is and you can get a sense of the fan zone here for all the people back home. If you ever decide to come here to Doha, Qatar, do drop in here at the Qatar University. It's a very nice fan zone that they have built. There are people playing chess. I like this section. The humans are playing humans. There the section is human playing robots. And we also have merch here on this side, right? We will show it in the next break, because now the games are about to begin. Hi. What's your name? I forgot. Mohammed. Mohammed is here. Very cool. How old are you, Mohammed? 7 years old only. Wow. Can you come here? Maybe we can. Guys, here in the middle. Mohammed is a very talented boy. Yesterday he gave a lot of answers. So, Mohammed, do you practice chess?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
How do you practice chess?
I do puzzles and play against my dad and other people.
Wow. You do puzzles and play against your dad.
How strong is your dad?
Mm,
Does he beat you?
sometimes.
And you also beat him.
Yeah.
Wow. And do you have a favorite player here, Mohammed?
In the tournament?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who is it?
I have two.
Two.
Yeah. One is my coach, Mohammed Taisir, and Magnus, yeah. And Magnus Carlsen.
So if your coach Mohammed Tisir faces off against Magnus Carlsen, whom will you support?
My coach.
Your coach.
Yeah.
Wow. Very cool. Okay. And today, will you give some answers here?
Yeah.
If we ask some questions?
Yeah.
Okay, then we will have some special prizes for you.
And he has a strong coach, so he is definitely strong. Do you play also with your coach?
No.
Ah.
I don't get to play against him.
Yeah, he's right now strong. You have to become stronger than what you are right now. Then you'll get to play him. The round is
Okay.
about to begin. Thank you so much, Mohammed, for coming here. Good luck. And the games have started.
Ooh, Artemiev, who beat Arjun Erigesi in the last round with a phenomenal comeback in the time pressure, is now taking on Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. Can Magnus Carlsen beat the sole leader and be himself the sole leader is the question.
Oh, yes. If Magnus wins this, he will not only beat Artemiev, but he will also go half a point ahead of him. And Amruta, for Magnus, it's a start of a tough day because he was black in the first game and also black in the second one.
Ooh, that's double black for him. So often what happens is the player who is a sole leader plays the best of, who is on the next points. That is 5 points here. And here the colors do not matter. And hence Magnus gets double black.
Okay. So, Amruta, there's Queen's Gambit declined. And guys, remember Artemiev, even though he goes low on time, he's so good. We just saw him beating Arjun Erigesi, having 10 minutes less in a 15-minute game than his opponent. So he's too good. And I think he takes his time. You can see here, it's just move 3. It's well-known position. You can play knight f3, knight c3, many different options. But he's thinking.
G3 and I don't know if it is going to get into Nimzo Indian. So knight c3, bishop b4 is something I will be excited about. But I don't know if that's going to happen.
Okay, so while Artemiev is thinking here, Amruta, very quickly, I would love to take a small tour around the games.
Let's do that because there are a lot of exciting pairings there.
Yeah, let's have a look at the second board between David Anton versus MVL. And guys, look at this move. Knight f3, d5, c4, d4, b4. And he pushes his pawn. If you take, he would take it back later with knight c6, e5 and taking with the bishop. So he played bb2. Knight came out. a5, literally forcing him to give up the tension.
Actually, yes, because if he plays a3, then there was takes. It was possible in some sense.
It was, but he played d5 here. David Anton, a strong player here from Spain. And MVL responds with knight bd7.
This is exciting position. The center space is with MVL. He goes e5 and there, he's definitely going to create a lot of attack with f5 and so on in the coming days.
Amrita, I like black's position here. Actually, it
Very
is
comfortable.
very, very nice. Bishop comes out, I castle. This is looking quite good for MVL. But we will see if David Anton, if this is part of his preparation or he's surprised.
Yeah, because he has 15 minutes. That is a good point. We'll come back here.
And then we go to third board where we have the game between Gukesh Domaraju and Alexei Sarana. And here the game started off with the Queen's Gambit declined and then became a Ragozin with Bishop B4.
Wow, it's converted. So bishop f4, Gukesh keeps his dark square bishop and on that f4 diagonal. So maybe we may see the exchanges with bishop d6, the dark square bishop being exchanged. Very possible.
It could happen. Bishop could drop back here. And right now, the position is in the early days in the game. All games are developing slowly and steadily. And I'm just looking through all the games to see if there's any game, Amrita, where something very crazy thing has happened. But it doesn't seem like there's anyone who has blundered a piece out of the opening or something.
No craziness like, yesterday Sandipan Chanda versus Pragnananda,
No.
some opening preparation which completely failed. Yeah.
Nothing extraordinary has happened.
But here it could happen if Gukesh decides to go for long castle ideas in the future, which I believe may not be very good for white because black already is starting to open up the C file over there and ready for against long castle.
Correct. So right now, that doesn't seem very likely. We go to the women's section, Amrita. We have on top board the battle between two of the leaders. That is Zhu Jinner versus Nino Batsiashvili. And here you can see that white is maybe, it's a very equalish position. It's this bishop f4 Queen's Gambit declined. I have a question here for our viewers. What do you think is a problem piece for black in this position? Does anyone want to try? Yes. Which bishop? So you think the light squared bishop is the problem piece? Wow. Guys,
Wow.
can we have a round of applause for Muhammad? He's just 7 years old. Amrita, we should give him a small prize here for giving this answer. These prizes are given. Are given by one of the sponsors of the event, Freedom. And well done, Muhammad. Yes, this is your prize for giving the right answer. And I believe we might give many more answers, so we might not have enough bags. Very talented.
Yeah.
But that was very cool. We have Goryachkina playing on board 2 versus Bella Khotenashvili. And here you can see it's the Karo Khan, one of those solid openings here. Any Karo Khan fans in the house here? Those, you like to play Karo Khan. You also? Half. Okay.
There was, we had an audience, one person here. He was like, if I see Karo Khan between the top players, he would be very, very happy. And right now he's not here, but
not
maybe
here.
he'll come back.
But the player did play Karo Khan here.
Exactly.
And then we have the game between Vaishali playing with white against Le Tingye. And this one looks very equal. But as a young friend said, the bishop here is a problem just like in the other game as well. Like the bishop needs to come out. It can come out from B6 and bishop B7. We'll see how that develops. Should we go back to the open section and let's go to the top board between Artemiev and Magnus. Guys, you can already see Magnus has done something that is quite weird. He played the move b6. And generally, takes, you don't have this pawn so quickly played. Like you have this pawn back on b7, you castle here and you play it that way. But he already has the pawn on b6, which means that the c6 square is slightly weakened.
Ooh, after b6. Yeah, that's the typical square. But you know what? Black will often go c5. Ooh, e4 break in the center.
No, but
And
this
now
is
time.
by the way, this is the Magnus game. If we can,
But king f8? No, it's a transmission error. I'm sure he was short castling.
yeah,
The stronger you get, you will know that this is a transmission error.
yes. There we have Magnus and Artemiev and bishop b7. Amruta, he did play e4, take and castles. Wow. Okay, guys. Now you see a major imbalance here. The
Good question.
pawn on d4 is isolated.
I thought it was supposed to be a question, but yes, the d4 guy is isolated, Sagar. And whenever you have an isolated pawn, that means your piece activity matters a lot.
Yes. So white has excellent piece activity. Black is slightly unhappy with the bishop on b7.
Black is like sitting inside a car, but the three-seater car, there are 4 or 5 people, squeezing in. So
it's cramped. Agreed. And so if you were white here, what is the move that will come to your mind? What would you want to play if you were facing Magnus Carlsen here?
yeah, he's
Yes. Yeah. Bishop e3. That's a very cool move because you want to develop. But one thing which we discussed is we want to somehow not let opponent take and sort of unravel.
Like from the car, the people are getting down, so the space is being created.
Exactly. So we need to find a way to keep the pressure up, and that's what Artemiev is thinking. He doesn't want to trade. He doesn't want to trade in this position. So one idea could be to keep the pieces on the board with knight g3, but it's not a good idea because black immediately breaks in the center and activates the bishop.
Yeah, once he gets a successful c5 and a d pawn is exchanged, I think it will fizzle out. So Magnus may not get too much from this game, Sagar. It's very.
But Amruta, I'm right now thinking Artemiev must try to get an advantage here. The move that I really love for white is knight to e5.
Ooh, that is a cool move because normally your eyes go towards bishop g5 and development and so on. But knight e5. How does this work? Knight takes e4 now?
Takes, and remember your c6 pawn is hanging. So now if you go here, I can chop off the pawn. I'm a pawn up.
But what if I take your knight because space is being created over there?
You mean here?
Yes.
Take, and now there's some, you are slightly passive on c6 pawn is a bit weak, bishop is a bit blocked.
So this is helping you, yeah? The pawn moving towards e5, white getting a pawn majority on the king side and still being in the middle game, h7 being under pressure. This looks like a initiative for white. Wow.
It looks good. It looks interesting. But look at Artemiev. We know that it takes time and he is down to 7 minutes, 40 seconds.
But Magnus Carlsen is the guy, I think, with him, if you are in time pressure, people have not survived it.
Well, let's see, Amruta, what happens here. I'm very curious because last game Artemiev did survive. Not only survive, he got a great position and he then won it against Arjun. Meanwhile, moving to board 2, guys, look at this move that has been played here by David Anton. It was this position and he went g4. Wow.
Full on attack with long castle and short castle. War happening over there. I think h4, g5 just looks so much flowing for white when the queenside pawn structure is completely blocked.
He just wants to try and open up the king here. And this is going to be a wild game. Knight goes to f6. Very interesting.
Yeah, this looks a bit scary for MVL, I must say. So David doing well here, practically, for white pieces.
And then we have Gukesh versus Alexei Sarana. And I love what Alexei Sarana has just done on his last move. He played knight a5. He's coming in to the c4 square. And if Gukesh plays a move like b3, Amruta, that creates a lot of dark square weaknesses.
Yeah, bishop a3, yeah, looks a bit ugly.
Definitely. That
Yeah.
doesn't look good at all.
You don't want to keep your rook in front of your bishop on c2. So not p3, but then that means you cannot stop knight c4 in Gukesh's game. Maybe we can have his camera.
Yeah, we can have Gukesh there.
Yes.
Video is not working.
This one? Live board, yeah?
No, there.
No, he's yeah, he has to get it. Yeah, we will also try to show you the audience here. It would be great.
Okay. So Amruta, here knight to a5 and Gukesh is thinking, and then we quickly go, oh, by the way, there is some, no, there's no update in the Magnus Carlsen game versus Vladislav Artemiev. Just the only update is that Artemiev is not making his move.
He's down to 5 minutes, almost
5
close to
minutes.
10-minute difference again.
It's insane. And Amruta, we have a draw, a very quick draw between Hans Niemann and Ray Robson. The two American GMs didn't want to fight against each other. They made a very quick draw.
Interesting. Like we did not have too many quick draws in this tournament yet, which is very cool to see. We want to see fighting chess there. What else? Who's the next game? Can we look at Anish Giri's game, Sagar?
Yeah, we can. We can go to board number 7. Anish Giri is playing against Alexander Shimanov. And
a lot of exchanges have happened, and it seems this is completely fizzled out, going towards a draw.
Another game which might just end in equality very, very soon. So this looks equal. We have Maxim Chigaev versus Arjun Erigaisi on board 5. And I think, Amruta, this one is not going to end in a draw anytime soon.
No, not at all. You know, Arjun, after his difficult loss in the last game, normally you are in the mode of wanting to crush your opponent there. He has a nice pawn on d4, giving him the space in the center. Look at the e3 square. I mean, imagine my knight gets over there.
Wow. That
It's
would be so beautiful.
going to be a monster.
It would be absolutely epic to get a knight into the e3 square, but this is what Maxim Chigaev signed up for. He wanted an exciting position. He has his pawn on f4. Maybe the knight jumps in, maybe knight g5, knight e4. Lot of options here.
But you know, I am completely surprised by the evaluation, because I would assess it as black is better with the space, with the weak squares. And how do you stop knight coming to e3?
I think Muhammad can answer your question. Again, Muhammad, which is the problem piece here?
What just happened?
For black. The light squared bishop. This is the problem piece, Amruta.
And he has got it right, because, you know, majority of the times for black, light squared bishop is a problem. And that's why Karo Khan is a very popular opening. You bring that bishop out.
Yeah, whenever there's pawn on e6, this bishop, till it doesn't get activated, it's problem for black. And that's where I think Maxim Chigaev is doing quite well here. He's planning to take this bishop, maybe not.
And let's not forget that Chigaev beat Nepomniachtchi in the last round. So he is carrying the momentum with him. And this sometimes matters, that Arjun has lost his last game. Chigaev has won his last game.
Yeah, and Amruta, look at this idea now. If in this position, black goes rook b8 with the idea of playing b6, bishop b7, then white has a very cool idea here. I mean, you can play bishop b2, which is a nice move, but e3. And when you take here, I played d4.
Wow. Okay, this you have to be careful, yeah? And then the whole advantage is lost. The only thing is you're not going to move the rook from a8. It's already doing a good job over there. But e3 can come anytime.
And now a4, he's developing his bishop from this diagonal. So Maxim Chigaev doing very well. Let's quickly go to board 1 between Artemiev and Magnus. And Artemiev, after a long thing, did play knight e5. Magnus took the knight. And Artemiev down to 3 minutes.
But now why is he thinking knight f6 or d takes e5? Is that the shortlisted thing?
Oh yeah, he's trying to analyze, Amruta. Knight takes knight, bishop takes, take this with a check, and then take this on e5.
And is it like a draw, like bishop takes e5 here?
I think black is doing very well here because c5 is coming up. The queen could enter in. It's a nice position.
So he should not get into that. Yes,
Yeah.
he understands and he just simply takes the knight on e5 here.
He takes the knight on e5. And guys, do any of you here suffer from the same time trouble issue like Artemiev here, who takes a lot of time? Are there any time trouble addicts here when you play chess that you take a lot of time? You're too fast. No time trouble for you. I think a lot of people, Amruta, you were a time trouble addict, right?
Yes, absolutely. But you know, the difference between Artemiev is he finds good moves.
And with less time.
So he also makes his opponent suffer because, you know, often what happens when you come under time pressure, the opponent feels that, okay, now he will make a mistake. And he is so frustrated when you keep playing perfect chess. So, yeah.
Yeah, I always used to feel a bit uncomfortable when my opponent would have very less time on the clock, because I would be like, can I beat my opponent on time? And I would start playing on the time, and sometimes I would not be able to kind of focus on the board.
Yeah, so if you play perfect chess and have time pressure, I think that is a great ability, but it's very rare. Grishchuk was one of the person who, you know, people would never underestimate him in time pressure. So, okay, if d takes e5, and are we looking at Magnus Carlsen again being under pressure?
Well, maybe not so soon. He will take here on e4, bishop e4. And we did see, Amruta, this position is quite interesting. You can't take the pawn here for the simple reason of
PP on the PP.
put pressure on the pinned piece. Black to play. What's the move here? Yes. Well done. Rook c8, pinning the bishop, and there's nothing to do here. So that does not work.
And they did make some quick moves, Sagar.
He took on e4, and Artemiev also thinks here. Like,
no, he took on e4 and h6 was played.
Okay.
Okay, whenever the escape square is h7, which is already controlled by the light square bishop, it means the back rank problem still exists because it is just an illusion that h7 exists. So we are not going to reach that stage though. But you know, Sagar, what can happen is if in time trouble, Artemiev is not able to play accurately, then Magnus might be able to create a passed pawn on the queen side and pose some difficult questions to Artemiev.
Yeah, there is an imbalance here of pawn structure. White has 4 pawns, black has 3 pawns. So definitely something to play for white on the king side and for black on the queen side. So that's the imbalance here that's happening. Meanwhile, Amruta, a big news is on the 9th board, Ivan Zemlyansky, this young boy from Russia, is winning his game against Nihal Sarin.
Wow, I mean, he's clearly better with the... Look at the e-file. It's so crowded. It's like the traffic jam over there.
Yeah, it's completely crushing position for white here because the pawn and Amruta, the bishop is blocked. Black is in big trouble here.
Tell me something that white will look at long castle in the future, I believe. I mean, this does not look like you can short castle. And same for black. He would love to do, but a6 is under pressure and you cannot move your rook on a8.
Correct. And maybe black tries to close down the position and tries to short castle here. But then again, the position is bad. Just so that you guys know, Ivan is a very, very talented boy. His classical rating is 2592. And he's someone whom I recently saw, Amruta, in the Sharjah Masters, and he was playing quite well there. But look at this, he's like 2008 born, if I'm not mistaken.
And he's from which country?
He's from Russia. He's 15 years old. He's 2010 born.
Wow, very young. So we have a lot of youngsters here. Basically, Gautam, Ivan, they are of similar age groups.
We
Yeah.
have Erdogmus, we have
Edis,
Yaz, Edis Gurel, we have Faustino Oro. It's a very interesting
Roman is
tournament.
also playing.
Roman Shokziev.
I think he's the youngest, 10-year-old.
He's the youngest I am in the world right now.
But over here also, I don't know if anyone's below the age of 10 years.
Could be, yeah.
Impossible. Okay,
And
so this one, I think Nihal needs to really work hard to save his day. This is the 9th board.
yes, should we go to the...
Let's have
Oh, we
round
have
up.
a result on board 2. Very surprising
Draw.
that MVL and David Anton, we thought this would be a big fight, but they drew their game a bit too soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think David, we thought will push over here, but somehow with the 2 minor pieces exchanged, maybe he wasn't feeling as confident about his position. Okay, so second board ends, Sagar.
And we go to top board.
Oh, a mistake by Vladislav.
Well, the thing is, Magnus here had played at 6, and you could play a bishop out, rook to d1. All these are great moves, but he plays pawn to e6.
There is a reason, Sagar. There is a feeling of an art in this move. And Artemiev is not going to miss that.
What is the art here, according to you?
You get tempted while you're playing with Magnus Carlsen if such beautiful moves can exist. Here he's damaging the pawn structure, he's giving up the pawn, and imagine he's able to convert this into a masterpiece against Magnus Carlsen.
But do you see any ideas here for white? Like,
if I could keep my queen on g6.
You want to switch the places of the bishop.
But it doesn't jump. So queen, can I try that though? Queen c4.
By the way, look at this idea, Amruta. I think Artemiev wants to make a draw. Because now he sacks his bishop here. Boom.
Oh.
And take. And now white to play. What do you play here? If you want a draw, you don't want to win, because I think there's no win here. You already sacrificed a pawn, then a bishop, and maybe for a small prize here, guys.
But
yes.
full variation you want, I think.
And what if I pin you? Not pin you. I'll play bishop takes c6. Wow.
Wow, that is amazing.
What's your name? Johan. Well done, Johan. You get a small gift here from us for calculating this line very quickly.
Oh, and a nice shirt. Let's play chess.
Yeah, very cool. You take here, you attack the bishop, Amruta. There is no time.
Yeah, that was quick actually, because you are generally looking at the king side direction, but the move bishop c6 was, how do you explain that? Like, what is the word you will use?
Well, it was like some kind of clearance. Because the queen wanted to get here. Meanwhile, I was just wondering, can Artemiev even try here with check, king here, and take this with 3 pawns against a piece?
Oh, actually.
But maybe not, because Amruta, bishop here, queen here, rook coming in.
And then he has only 1 minute. And whenever pawns are a compensation against a piece, very important thing about them, they should be advanced.
And look at Magnus Carlsen. He's made a huge mistake.
What?
It's unbelievable that instead of taking the pawn here, which is equal, Magnus plays queen c7. That leads him to a lost position.
Wait,
and now
he finds it.
Guys, white to play. What is the stunning move here? Not Johan. Yes. Wow. Well done.
It's, bishop d5. There is a pin over there.
Magnus has blundered.
Big blunder. And using one pin He is pinning another piece. This is so beautiful.
That's very cool because Magnus just didn't think about this move. But even if this move didn't exist, I mean, White's position is better. But look at Bishop d5. You can't take. Queen is hanging. This is pinned. He played his next move, rook f8. And now Artemiev is thinking once again. He has 30 seconds.
But this is very unlikely of Magnus to make such a... It was a clean blunder, yeah? It was like just one or two moves.
It was a huge blunder, but Artemiev, the only thing... Oh, he's going for the other bishop. Boom! Takes another pawn. Wow!
How is he? Oh my god, this guy here seems so confident. It looks like he's already looking at himself as a champion, Sagar.
Yeah, Amruta, maybe early days to think about champion, but...
I mean, the way you beat Arjun Erigasi, now Magnus Carlsen, it feels you're unstoppable already.
Yeah, I would
Bishop
be...
6.
You know what I would do in order to beat Artemiev? I would not go lower on time than him. I mean, sorry, I wouldn't go higher. I would like try to...
You will be the one under time pressure.
Yeah, maybe then is some chance. But look at this.
Okay, but what happened for G6? Let's show that once.
G6, just queen enters in and I pick up your rook.
Nice. And thankfully you have a... If you look in that position, Sagar, Queen G6 check. If King H8, Bishop F7, Rook F7, Queen F7. Thankfully you have a pawn on F2.
Ah, yes. Otherwise, check. And you would lose the queen. Although if I didn't have the pawn, the rook would defend the queen.
Yes. So that still doesn't work.
But okay. Bishop d6. He took. Rook takes. And now queen came in. Magnus must snatch the pawn now on h2. His only hope is Artemiev's time, which is down to 15 seconds. Otherwise, the position is utterly lost.
Wow, if Magnus, but what is your prediction? Do you think Magnus can make a comeback?
No, Amruta, I think...
Like a draw, I'm just asking a draw, no?
Unlikely. Actually, this does give me this deja vu feeling of the 2022 World Rapid Championship where Magnus was kind of coasting towards victory and then Artemiev beat him.
Ooh.
Although in that tournament, because Magnus had a lead, he then eventually went on to become a champion. But here, that's not the case as well.
Yeah, actually, Artemiev has beaten him in World Rapid, right?
Yeah,
that was
World Rapid.
And I also remember Magnus had made a blunder against Madamina. Was it in the same tournament?
It was not a blunder. It was kind of an equalish game, but then it ended in a...
Yeah, okay. But he takes the pawn on h2.
Yeah, he takes it on h2 and now King h1. I mean, Artemiev quickly plays this. Gets 9 extra seconds. From 15, he moves up to 24.
Every second counts here. Okay, how many people think over here that Magnus will make a comeback? Like for a draw?
Wow. But only
very
two.
few. Very few.
What do you think? Will your favorite player make a comeback? Don't know. Yeah, I also am not sure.
Probably not. This guy is very objective at the age of 7, yeah?
Very objective. And anyone thinks that, I mean, I guess the rest of you think Artemiev would win, yeah? Here. The only thing is, look at the time. Magnus played Bishop e5, Rook e1 with 8 seconds on the clock. The rook comes in, attacks the bishop. And Amruta, the thing is, Artemiev's accuracy is really good.
I know.
Attack pressure.
If the back rank mate, you have to be a bit careful over there.
What about if I take here? Check. Rook f8.
Queen e6 doesn't work. Yeah?
Maybe just another rook joins in.
Yeah, if you have 2 rooks, why not?
It's too bad.
Man, I mean, you don't see Magnus getting such a lost position like this. So Artemiev doing it amazingly well. And I think last game somewhere would have helped him to gain more confidence on himself.
And then we go to the game of the world champion, Gukesh here. He is playing against Alexei Sarana. And in this position, Gukesh seems to be slightly better because his structure is much better as white than black structure. Black's pawns are weak. F4 pushed.
Yeah, it's the same colored bishop, and generally you try to put the pawns on the dark squares so that they cannot be attacked by the opponent's bishops. And also there is a open file there for white, the C file, the rook is nicely placed, but the only thing, guys, the pawn on D3 over here. You have to be careful. It's a passer, and generally the queen is the worst blockader. So that's one important thing over here. So Gukesh down to 2 minutes 40 seconds, and he is slightly under trouble for allowing this move D3. So yeah, the bishop on F5 is also doing much well. By the way, a few moves are happening in Magnus Carlsen's game. Let's go back over there. Artemiev went F4, attacking the bishop on E5 and forcing it to move away and let go of the E file.
Yeah, F4, excellent move. I just got the news here that a very, very strong Grandmaster Victor Bologan is going to be giving a simultaneous exhibition right there. And it's going to be an 8-board simultaneous exhibition. And maybe if there are a couple of spots left, then someone from here can get a chance to play.
That's amazing. And do you know the time control?
I think it's without clock.
Without clock. Okay. Yes. It's a great opportunity for the simals. I think this is one of the most amazing thing that in a zone like this right now, which is called as a fan zone, there are simals, there are tournaments, and there are all the things happening for the people to experience.
Absolutely. And by the way, here...
Do you think can anyone beat Victor?
Yeah, actually, it might be an interesting thing. We have a lot of young talents here. They can
Let's
try
see
to
if
face
Victor
it.
gets victorious after, after the simul. Okay, wonderful. Magnus moves his bishop, by the way. He goes back.
He goes BD6, rook E8, bishop F8. And now, again, Artemiev. The thing about Artemiev is down to 20 seconds.
No, I want to play F5. I don't even need time for a move like F5.
Move. It's a good move.
And F6. Crushing it.
F5, pushing the pawn forward. Seems like a good move here. He plays rook F E1 and Amruta.
Yep.
We thought that this would happen here. Magnus slowly making a comeback. Oh, he goes rook D1.
Whoa.
Wow, we have an applause there.
Because there was a big Magnus supporter from Kenya.
What is a great move here for Magnus Carlsen? Black to play. It's the only move here for him because white threatens to enter in with the rook here.
Oh.
So it's the only move. Yes. Rook E7 is a very interesting move, but unfortunately, it doesn't stop my idea. D7. Oh, you want to stop it this way.
Wants to exchange the rooks over there.
Check and you might drop the rook. Bishop C6. That's also a very cool move. Maybe rook D8. At least you stop that idea. So maybe Magnus gets tempted.
And that's why Artemiev missed it because already 2-3 options were there, and you know
here you have a chance to win material. Yes. Rook F6, fantastic move. And queen is hanging and the bishop. And I wonder what Artemiev has on his mind here.
No, you can't save. Wait a second. His queen takes F6. Oh, he played.
He played rook F6 and
what
Artemiev went rook D8. What a move. Wow. Look at this, guys. If takes here, check, king H7 and...
Oh, beautiful, mate.
Rook H8, checkmate. Wow. Beautiful. So Artemiev actually had seen it and he plays this, and now for the only move once again with black, you already calculated. Queen takes rook does not work because if you take here, what's the problem? Queen takes G7 mate in one.
Let's not forget that is pinned.
It's a big, big trap here, and Magnus needs to find the only move. He's not going to take that.
Wait a second. Is that possible to find? or it's too Indian-like, Sagar?
It's possible. Oh, Magnus blunders. It's a huge blunder by Magnus.
So then it's over. But Magnus had time, 30 more seconds.
And now after King G1, it's done and dusted. It was a very tough move. And what did Magnus play after King G1? He plays Rook F6, check, and Rook takes F8.
Oh,
Game over.
and resignation. And Artemiev also says, like, sorry, what a finish. What a victory by Artemiev. He was so alert. Again, with 10 seconds on the clock, Sagar, he managed to find some amazing ideas against Magnus Carlsen.
And the question does remain, what was Magnus's defense there, which he couldn't find because he had very low time? It was Bishop C6. Very tough move, attacking the rook. And if the rook comes back, I mean, of course, the queen hangs. And otherwise, I mean, the position is fine for black. So big
No, it's
miss.
very tough, but it's very tough. I mean, I don't know if Magnus would have thought for 30 seconds, maybe he would have found it. But he was a bit fast over here.
Yeah, he had lost hope. The way Artemiev won this. So Artemiev beats Arjun Erigaisi.
Can we go back over there, Sagar? I had just one
Now
question.
this game, Amruta, we can go back after the live games are over. Is it okay?
Okay, but yeah.
Okay.
No, the Queen F6 I wanted to check, but we'll go there after this. Rook E3 played by Gukesh. Actually, you know, Sagar, Gukesh was in trouble earlier. There was a deadly pawn on D3, and now it's completely gone from the board, and Gukesh seems to be back.
By the way, if you play king takes H3 here, why is that a huge mistake?
Okay, that's cool.
Yes, exactly. Takes, and bishop F5 check, and you drop the rook. So can't play it. So in this position now, Rook D5, he goes B4. He fixes the pawn.
That's amazing. Follow your dreams has got the answer. And you know, once the simal starts, Sagar, I'm gonna later put the camera over there for a while so that people can also watch that for some time.
So right now, the simal is about to start there. The round is going on here. Too much action happening, Amruta. Meanwhile, on board 7,
let's
we have
round up.
Alexander Shimanov completely winning his game against Anish Giri.
Oh, this we did not expect because it was so drawish, Sagar. It was so equal. I don't know where Anish missed it. Maybe a big blunder happened in this game in time pressure. But that's about right.
Because we did leave it here, and we remember we spoke about this position as being like, oh, this is going to be a draw. But actually, Amruta, it turns out Anish did not play it well. And
but normally Anish is very good at, you know, such positions. Oh, it was like a self-goal in football.
He gave up the pawn, but that pawn is now actually his biggest nightmare. It's going to...
Couldn't stop that pawn. And the king on A4, the pawn on A5 was too slow. So that means that it was a completely wrong evaluation there.
And can we go to board number 9 very quickly? Unbelievable turnaround in the game of Nihal Sarin and Ivan Zemlyansky. Ivan was totally winning, and now Nihal is winning.
Oh, he plays last move Rook G1 over there, which the chesscom board says a good move.
Yeah, it was actually, Amruta, he captured here. Bishop H7, Rook takes G1, and if you take on G1, Bishop D5, Black has a lot more pawns, and Nihal Sarin is winning.
Yeah, because the king on B1 against the pawn on B3 looks a bit scary.
I don't know, maybe there's some error.
Wait, if we can look at the
error. Maybe.
So I think Rook G1 happened, Sagar.
Yeah, we may come back to that game, Amruta, later. Should we go to board 3? Gukesh versus Tarana. And here
Rook G3 check has been given. Black goes king H8. The bishop on H7, I think for a long time, it's only doing one job, attacking that F5 pawn. Now the E4 bishop is hanging, F5 is hanging. You can't save both, right?
Yeah, this might end in a draw. He goes bishop D3.
It's a rook endgame. Bishop F5, rook F5, rook H3 check.
And maybe black can try, but it's going to be a draw.
Yep. Let's stick to Nihal's game, Sagar, because over there...
But the moves are not right.
Maybe now it should be fine already, no?
Look at the crazy moves that are coming in.
They're saying queen a bit good move.
No,
Okay.
we shouldn't look at this one.
Okay, fine,
right now.
fine.
Oh, big news incoming. Jawokir Sindarov on board number 6 is losing his game to Cristobal Henriquez.
This Henriquez has already, I think, created an upset yesterday. I don't remember against whom.
Yeah,
but-
he actually beat Johann Sebastian Christiansen yesterday, but today he beat Richard Rapport and now
Right.
beating Sindarov.
Wow, he's having a great tournament there with the white pieces. But you know, and with these players, till the end, anything can flip. So you have to always be careful.
Yeah, this one, but clear exchange up. And I think Cristobal might just create another big result today. Meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi is playing against Maxim Chigaev on board 4, on board 5. And this one is looking like drawn, but he's a pawn up. Black is a pawn up. I don't know.
You know what it can enter into? Queen bishop versus queen. But that would be lost. Because unlike rook bishop versus
King
rook,
bishop versus queen is a draw, Amruta, I think.
but practically which one is easier? Not possible to convert?
Yeah, I think there are too many checks.
We have to check what happens.
Yeah, I think it's a draw, as far as I know.
Well, I don't know if the simal has already started,
It
because
started,
then
it
I
started.
will also just change the placement of the camera, yeah?
We can do it in the break, man.
Sure. Ah, that's a good idea. Okay, Pragg is winning. That's what the news we got. And Nihal won, yeah? Is that true?
Nihal has won his game.
Has the board
Yes.
been corrected?
It has not been corrected, but he won his game. Going
Ah.
back to the world champions encounter on board number 3, Gukesh Domaraju is drawing his game against Alexei Saran.
Yeah, the only thing he must avoid is to get into a king pawn endgame, which would be lost.
For whom?
I mean, exchange of rooks have to be careful, yeah? Hey, wait, over here, rook c5, can it work?
Yeah, but it's black to play. So imagine that I play king. Yeah, you can't play because the king was
King,
too good.
yeah, exactly. No, even that cannot work. If the pawn was on a5, maybe yes.
And Amrita, I want to quickly draw our attention to the women's board, because board number 1 of Zhu Jinner was drawn against Nino Batsiashvili. Alexandra Goryachkina managed to beat Bela Khotenashvili. So Alexandra Goryachkina now going and joining the leaders at 5 out of 6. And Vaishali is playing against Lei Chingye, and this seems to be around equal. Although black is a pawn up, and maybe black has better chances.
Yeah, I mean, the bishop is slightly better than the knight over here. So Vaishali will need to be careful. But you know, with the knight and rook, many times you can get this drawing mechanism and the perpetual ideas there.
Right. This one, a very, very interesting game.
Oh, while we looked at Vaishali, can we look at the game of her brother?
Pragnananda. Well, I think Amruta, he's still playing against. Whoa, look at this. It's an insane position.
Oh, 3 pawns up in a
Pragnananda is
queen
3
endgame.
pawns up, and he's completely winning.
Okay, this is so luxurious because, you know, many times you are with one pawn, one extra pawn, and then a lot of checks, lot of hard work has to be done. And yeah, this is just very, very simple.
And then we head over to the game that, oh, we have draw in Gukesh's game. Let's go to Cristobal Henriquez versus Jawokir Sindarov. This is on board number 6. And Amruta, now the big problem is I'm going to go rook b2 and I'm going to take this pawn. Your bishop cannot come and defend it. So Sindarov might be staring at his first defeat here in Doha.
Oh, that will be his first defeat, yeah?
Yeah, because he has 3 wins and 3 draws right now.
Yeah, and it will be important for him to make a comeback. But as we have seen Sindarov in freestyle, He lost to Magnus Carlsen, and in a must-win situation, he managed to beat him.
Yeah.
So there are some players who, after one loss, like collapse, but Sindaro is not among them.
He becomes even more dangerous
Okay,
sometimes.
that's a resignation, and wow, Hendrike is doing amazing in this event.
Yeah, brilliant work. He's now joined the pack of players on 5.5 points, Amruta, because right now we have many players on 5.5. There's no one on 6 points. Imagine, and there's one guy on 6.5.
My God, so he is 1 point sole lead.
1 point ahead of the pack is Vladislav Artemiev, and he is looking very strong in this
Yeah,
tournament.
because he's already played with the few best, Magnus and Arjun, and I think more. So who can stop him, Sagar, if at all? What's your guess?
I think in the next round, he might face, difficult to say, he might face MVL perhaps, or Alexei Saran, or maybe Hans Niemann.
Ooh, maybe I would have said Nepo can stop him, but right now Nepo is also not doing very well. Okay, so on top 9 boards, are all the games finished?
Yeah, we have one board, that is board number 8, Yu Yangi versus Denis Lazavic, which is still going on, and this one looks
Okay, drawn.
A
lot of rook end games are happening actually. And Ali Reza, Sagar, he was taking on this talented guy, Sina.
Mowahed Sina.
Yes. I think Ali Reza is in trouble. That's what the bars say.
What?
Is he losing?
I'm just checking here.
No, it's 5 -5. So
Ali
it's
Reza
he's
today-
lost.
Today had started off with a win.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, Gautam Krishna beat Amin Tabatabai, so he
Wow.
comes back after a loss in the last round to Hans Niemann. And I'm trying to find Firouz.
Oh no, Ali Reza lost. Just it got updated. Sagar, Sina creates a
Sina.
very big upset by beating
Sina
Ali Reza.
Mowahed. We have the board here. This boy from Iran is doing wonders in this tournament. Look at how he finished this, Amruta. He sacked the rook in the center of the board. ED, rook E1. What a play, yeah? King F8, knight to G5. Takes. Rook G7, because Ali Reza couldn't move. His pieces were all tied up. Check was coming in from here after Queen F6. So he thought, let me just run away with my king. But take, check. And opponent resigned here. Firouzja resigned because if King G8, guys, what's the winning move here for white? White to play and win?
Well done.
E7, well done. Attacking here and attacking F7. That's totally winning.
I think Sina, who would have been definitely inspired by Ali Reza himself, being from Iran, today, he would be feeling very, very motivated.
Yeah, I agree, Amruta. It's a big result for him. Meanwhile, a draw between Denis Lazavic and Yu Yangi there. And we have a few more games going on. We have
Pragg game is still going on, and there is a lot of online audience. Would you like to check that out?
Yeah, it's totally winning, Amruta. Here, he is 2 pawns up. There's no doubt that he will win this game. And he will move to 5 out of 7. Actually, in this tournament, 5 out of 7 is a decent score right now, considering that even Magnus is on that score.
Absolutely, and nobody else on 6 points. So very tough tournament. But Sagar, do you want me to move the camera over there before we go on?
Yeah, sure. We can have a glimpse of the simal that is being given by Victor Bologan. You must know that he is one of the very strong grandmasters in the world of chess, very famed for winning the tournament in Dortmund back in 2001, was it? So he tied. There was an Aeroflot Open that he won in 2003. So it was very interesting because the winner of the Aeroflot Open would usually be given an opportunity to play in the Dortmund Super Tournament. And so he qualified, but he was going to face players like Anand, Kramnik, and so on. And he qualified and he won that tournament in Dortmund, which is incredible. So, and he originally from Moldova, has played for several times for his country in the Olympiad. So it's amazing to see him giving a simal there. I think you can see if we can bring him on the screen there. We can see Victor Bologan here giving a simal. And we have news that Pragnananda has won his game. And we also have another game where Rauf Mamedov is beating Mukhiddin Madaminov. We have Arvind Chidambaram playing against Mahdi Gholami Orimi, and it's going to be very interesting position. 2 pawns and an extra piece. Who's winning here? Not sure. Meanwhile, Alexander Motile versus Amar Elham has this end game, rook end game with 4 pawns versus 3. And there we see, by the way, the simal going on here in the fan zone. Maybe we can have the board here. Board in the live stream also. This seems to be ending most likely in a draw. And we have a few games going on in the open. In the women's section, Le Tingye managed to beat Vaishali. So that was a big result. Le Tingye joins the leaders Zhu Jiner, Nino Batsiashvili, and Goryachkina. Meanwhile, Sara Khadem got a big win in by beating Bibi Sara Asaubayeva, also joining the leaders. Humpy won her game against Yana Zapova, so she also joins the leaders. Wow, that's insane what's happening in the women's section. Harika drew her game against Mary Arabidze, and Theodora Inyak lost to Maria Muzichuk. So Maria has 5 points. Divya Deshmukh managed to beat Antonetta Stefanova. A huge win for Divya. So many players out of 6. I think at least 8 players in the women's section. So huge tie at the top. While in the open section, we have Vladislav Artemiev, who is running away with this tournament for now with 1 point lead in the open section. I think with few more games going on, it's let's stick with this one. That is Arvind Chidambaram versus Mahdi Gholami. And I don't know what is even happening here. Can I not jump? I mean, my threat is next move to jump with the knight and try to queen perhaps. He goes rook h1. He wanted to check. King comes up. F7 is a blunder. Oh, he blunders. Just as I said, G7 was the draw. King E6, rook H8. And if I make a queen, you take here and then this is winning. But turns out that he plays F7, King E7, and now rook H8. Well, that's not a good idea. You just take G7 he might have wanted, but check. And you can pick up this pawn on F7 and it's winning. So, yeah, Mahdi Gholami played really well, but is losing his game to Arvind Chidambaram, who also moves to 5 out of 7. Oh, I doubt if he reached 6. Yeah, he was on 4, I think. With this win, he reached reached 5. And we have Samir Sahidi from Slovakia. He is losing this endgame to Murad Ibrahimli. And we have Ansat Aldiar drawing against Alexander Rakhmanov, and David Gavrelescu versus Nikolai Averin is also most likely going to end in a draw with opposite colored bishops. So this is the situation we have, Amruta. Maybe it's time for us to take a short break.
Absolutely, guys, and hope you're enjoying. Do like the stream. A big thanks to FIDE and Qatar Chess Association for this beautiful setup over here, an amazing fan zone. We are having a gala time, Sagar.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll be back before the next round begins very soon. So stay tuned, guys. अच्छा. Hmm. Hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the 8th round of the World Rapid Championship. And right now we have a huge upset that happened in the 7th round was Magnus Carlsen losing his game. So he is right now on 5 points out of 7 in the open section. And there are other players who have now gone ahead. One player who's doing phenomenally well in the open section is Vladislav Artemiev. He's on 6.5 points. He's playing amazing chess and he's the leader by 1 full point. He's taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in this round. And there is Magnus Carlsen who is playing Shant Sargsyan. He's on 5 points. On 5.5, we have David Anton Guyaro taking on Gukesh. Nihal Sarin playing against Henriques Villagra Cristobal. Rauf Mamedov versus Ray Robson. Hans Niemann versus Le Quang Liem. Alexei Sarana versus Sina Mowahed. Sina Mohamed managed to beat Alireza Firuza. Big result. And we have Fabiano Caruana against Alexander Shimano. These are the pairings in the open. In the women's section, we have right now Nino Batsiashvili leading with 5 points, along with Goryachkina, Zujiner, Maria Muzichuk, Letingye, Sara Khadem, Koneru Hampi, Divya Deshmukh. Wow, 8-way lead in the women on 5 points. And Amruta, the leaders of the tournament, Nino and Goryachkina play each other. We have Letingye versus Divya Deshmukh.
And Humpy is on board number 3.
Humpy versus Sara Khadem. So amazing here. It's absolutely great in the women's section. Very close fight. And
Actually, a lot of players who played in Global Chess League are doing well here. They are on top. It seems that they got a great practice for World Rapid. And there was this very nice simal which happened and just finished. We would love to hear the score later. We also have a very interesting guy who might, come here to say hi later. He is wearing a jacket with a lot of, these pins, lapel pins from different countries.
Oh, wow.
So he has traveled a lot. And it would be very interesting because he has been drawing the attention of so many.
Amazing. I would love to meet him. And Amruta, the games are about to start. You can see already. I went into the playing hall for a brief, few minutes, and I could already sense the tension. But you know what? They put some music
in between,
and it kind of makes the mood a little bit lighter. And the players are all feeling the energy. And I think this tournament, you have to feel energized. Otherwise, it's such a long event, you can feel very tired.
Absolutely true. And that happens towards the end. I mean, the Blitz last day is a day full of blunders, like a lot of blunders. 9 rounds in a day is never easy. So, guys, it is a brutal tournament for the players.
In Blitz this year, we have a new format that has started from last year, which is on day 1, there will be 13 rounds of Blitz. And on day 2 will be the knockouts.
Exactly. There will be 8 players who will qualify for the knockouts. And yeah, it's a new thing. It's a change. But it did work very well last year.
It did work very well. Let's see. Today, by the way, do you think, Amruta, that in the open section, Vladislav Artemiev will become unstoppable here?
Wow. So this is the fourth round of the day, correct? Third round. Okay. And is this women's last round for the day?
No, women also have to play all 4 rounds.
Got it. Okay. Artemiev, I think Sagar, the way he beat Magnus and Arjun feels very hard to beat. Yeah, the guy looks unstoppable. But sometimes it's also about a day. Like you have had a great day today, but tomorrow it could be different.
Yes.
Yeah. So today I think he's unstoppable.
Let's see, but today whether he can extend his lead, because he has another tough opponent coming up. And by the way, we have some footages here from the fan zone where we can see people playing behind. We can see here some youngsters. There's a simal. I think the simal got over.
Yeah.
How did it finish, Amruta?
I will also get to know. I believe we will have Bologan over here. Maybe we should talk to him if he's around. And I like this whole part of these beautiful tables with chess sets and where people can get this experience to play. It feels like a club, yeah, over here for a few days.
Right. And by the way, guys, the next round is about to begin. Can we have the camera of the top board? Is it possible? Can we see? Oh, Magnus is not yet here. It's Shant Sargsyan from Armenia. He is getting ready for his encounter. Can we go to second board here? We have David Anton versus MVL. Actually, this is the main board. This is the board of the leaders of the tournament, because on the top board, Magnus has a fixed board in this tournament. But right now he's on 5 points. So he's slightly behind. If we can go to board 2.
Let's also ask over here the people who are joining us, do you think Artemiev is going to be unstoppable today? Yes? How many of you are Artemiev fans here after what he played today?
I'm a big fan. Actually, I've become a big fan of him. The way he handles his clock. It's insane.
That's
He
true.
just like goes down to 30 seconds and makes his opponents go wrong.
Yeah, every single time it feels Abhi he will blunder. Right now he will blunder, but he doesn't blunder at all. And also, I think the way, the speed at which he played with Magnus, that tactic which Magnus missed, Bishop d5, the pinning the rook, that was so quick. So yeah, yes, the game begins with e4, MVL versus Artemiev over there, e4, e5, and
E4,
Magnus is still not on the board. Can we go there? Because is the clock started?
Board number 1, Magnus's clock has begun. Shant is waiting for Magnus.
Yeah, Shant is waiting shantly.
Don't make Shant jokes anymore.
Magnus is there at the board and adjusting his pieces. After the last, he is, as we know, like a wounded lion over here. With the white pieces, are we going to see a crusher?
Yeah, I think, Amruta, it could be that Magnus needs a very strong comeback today and in both the rounds. And then he could very well be near to Artemiev. But the game, I think it has begun. E4, E5. Let me see if we can get the board. Somehow the moves are not coming in.
It feels like an Italian here. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6 there. Yeah, exactly. So no, with the white pieces, what I am guessing is Magnus is like just going to play super quick over here. And with this opening, generally a short game is not so possible. It's a very solid opening chosen by Shant. So it's going to be a long game.
Yeah. And we are waiting for the moves to come in. Maybe till that point, we can remove the board and maybe we can,
Yeah, we can also look at the second game because we'll be able to see the board much clearly. Over here, we don't have that angle. Yeah, this is Artemiev's game, Sagar, over here. Going on very solid with
also
Italian.
Rui Lopez, yeah.
Rui Lopez.
I think
Bishop
so.
b5, a6, b5 is on the board. You're right.
This is what we are seeing in the MVL Artemiev encounter, and yes, the moves are coming in now. Very nice. Bishop A4 castles. This is how this game. Maybe we can have the board now.
And guys, we have some people over here, and we also have a lot of questions for them and gifts, which
Yes.
are really nice ones. Very grateful to Freedom Holding Group, so that they have given these diaries and pens and caps to gift the people over here.
Right. And at this point, A4 has been played here by Maxim. He's trying to take the rook on A8. So one of the ways in which Artemiev can play is rook B8. The other is to push the pawn. But if you see, Artemiev will take his time now. He's not going to play anytime soon here. He always likes to take his time. He will let his opponent build up a 10-minute lead on the clock.
Oh yes, 10-minute lead is dangerous, Sagar. Nobody wants that.
He does it. He's very good with it, and then he makes his opponents get nervous with his time being low.
But it is so difficult to be a 1-point sole leader in a tournament just on the second day, that too by beating Magnus Carlsen. Otherwise, you can say, okay, Magnus will stop him. But no, Magnus is, this chance is gone.
Yeah.
Let's check the third board.
Let's go to the board of David Anton versus Gukesh Domaraju. And look at this game. What happened here? Knight to F3. And the way in which Gukesh played this, very interesting, because he goes D4, Bishop G2, and now C5 castles. And guess the move that Gukesh played. Now the natural move is Knight to F6, correct?
Yes.
But the knight comes to E7, Amruta.
Oh. Okay, he wants to keep the path for the F pawn free.
No, he wants to bring this knight to C6, and the knight on B8 is like, why are you taking away my space? I would have come to C6.
They are fighting. They are fighting like how siblings fight for the TV remote, Sagar. I think we all have gone through that.
D3, Bishop E7, and what essentially Gukesh is saying is that my knight is going to be well placed on D7. I will push my pawn to E5. I will then push my pawn to F5, and I'll start rolling. That's his idea.
Somehow I find this opening very pleasant for black, like very free flowing. So I always used to wonder how how is white going for such an opening? What would you say? Why does white prefer such opening lines?
I think the reason why white plays these lines are because, Amruta, there's always an imbalance. In return for a lot of space, black is behind in development. And I think the more skilled the player is, they are able to outplay their opponents.
Does it give a little bit of a perk vibe there? Like you go with less space in general?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hippo.
It is more like a Benoni, Amruta. It's a reversed Benoni that we have. And meanwhile, guys, Magnus Carlsen seems to be slightly better on the board against Shant. He played his knight to D5. And already it's difficult, Amruta, for black to react. If you take with the knight, you lose a piece.
Oh, it's a fork.
And if you take with the bishop, then you don't win this pawn because I have C4. So,
and then later you always have D4. So you will try to open up the position. It's not that your bishop on B3 is going to be bad.
Correct.
Okay.
So Magnus looking strong here. He's brought his knight into the center of the board. If we can have Magnus on the screen, board 1. Yeah, there we have knight to D5.
You know what? Black will continue here. Knight D4. Copy Magnus.
But Amruta, if knight D4, I could take. And I'm wondering if this position, how to continue.
Because if you take my knight on F6, bishop comes to F6, another bishop gets exchanged, and quite, maybe white gets F4 later. Yeah.
But it is possible. This might happen in the game. We'll come back to this encounter. Meanwhile, Let's go to board 4. Nihal Sarin is playing against Cristobal Henriquez.
And Henriquez has actually created a few upsets already. And Nihal with the white pieces needs to be careful. But what was the opening, Sagar? Was it London?
Actually, Amrita, Henriquez has not just created a few upsets. He beat Richard Rapport in the 6th round, and he's beaten Javokir Sindarov in the 7th round, which means that he is in scintillating form today, and Nihal Sarin must remain careful.
Ooh, Sagar, one important point. Nihal had 16 minutes on the clock, and Henriquez is having only 10 minutes. So 6 minutes difference. But you hardly see somebody reaching 16 minutes in this format.
Yeah, he's well prepared. Nihal Sarin has the opening figured out. The last move, b5, is slightly unorthodox, which is why Nihal has started to think. And one might think the knight going to b1, what has the knight achieved, right? Like, for example, it started with c3, b5, a3, b1, and in 12 moves, it came back home. But the point is, it made the other pieces uncomfortable in black camp. It made these weaknesses possible. So sometimes, Amrita, it may not be that you do so much, but you stop your opponent from doing something could also be very useful.
No, absolutely. That is one of the way that you many times find the best moves in chess, asking this one important question: what is my opponent's idea? In this case, Sagar, the knight very much can be compared with you, who has been traveling from c3 to b5 to a3. And now, after this event, you are actually going to go back home.
Ah,
Yeah.
hopefully, Amrita, hopefully I'll get to.
Would you like that after covering some tournaments, commentating?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to go home for a few
Come
days.
to Kenya, is saying.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Also, at some point, we will plan to travel even more. But right now, it's, I think we've been traveling. Last month, we were in the US for the Champions Showdown. Then we went to World Cup. Then we went to South Africa. Then to the Global Chess League. And now here. So maybe it is time to go home a bit.
Exactly.
Although home is where chess is.
And home is where you are, Sagar, for me. So.
Oh, wow. Bishop b7 played here, a4, and a6 played here by Nihal Sarin.
What about the bishop on b7? Look at that.
I think the bishop on b7 is really hoping that the pawn pushes forward and opens itself up on this diagonal. Otherwise, it's going to have a pretty poor life.
Absolutely. No, okay, so it cannot travel like you. So right now it's looking for some flight tickets. But let's go to...
Amrita, look at this move. Knight e1 to d3 to c5 to e5 to knight e5.
Wow, that's a great move, because this is what exactly is the principle of closed positions, closed structures, that knight maneuvers matter a lot. And you know, knight is considered as a slow piece, and you have the time to move them around a bit.
Right. Okay, Amrita. So now let's head over to the game. So we have this game board 4. Board 5 is between Rauf Mamedov and Ray Robson. And this one looks like a very interesting Petrov. Because
interesting Petrov? What are you saying, Sagar? That's very contradicting.
Yeah, because the reason why it's interesting is because of the pawn structure, Amrita. It's so simplified. White has a kingside majority, black has a queenside majority. An interesting game.
Yeah, but definitely for white, I think he's gonna go all out with f4 and f5 ideas. But if he's not able to manage to push there, then his king is going to be weak. And let's see what happens here.
And Hans Niemann is slightly better against Liam Lay. Hans Niemann would be looking at this opportunity, Amrita, that maybe he can get to the top, because he's half a point ahead of Magnus right now. And he could very well do like a one more win, very close to the leader.
Yeah,
Board,
he is the one who can definitely
6.
challenge Artemiev.
Right, and there we have Hans Niemann.
But you know, Sagar, Lay com Liam, He has also won the World Rapid, if I'm not
World
wrong.
Blitz.
World Blitz, yeah. And yeah, he is a very solid player who doesn't lose that often. Like, he goes unbeaten for many, many games.
I agree. I agree. So here, Hans Niemann slightly better. And then we have Alexei Sarana, who has just taken the pawn on e4, Amruta.
Is that a sacrifice? Like, f takes e4.
Yes, it
You've
is.
given a piece.
It is.
Rook takes e4. I think he wants to go to the 7th rank and say that you do not have the door on f7 and g7. So I can enter your house and rob you.
Insane play here by Alexei Sarana. You know, Amruta, it was maybe not needed to sacrifice here. He could have played f3. He could have gone rook e3, rook g3. But he took here, he's taken this bold step. And after bishop f5, maybe knight e6. Take here, take with the pawn. You have these rooks swinging over, the queen coming in, you know, after kicking the knight. Looking good.
Very nice, very interesting and exciting things happening here. Knight on b4 cannot contribute much. But Sina, who is a youngster, you know, generally they are very highly resourceful. And we will keep coming back to this exciting moments.
Right. And Amruta, then we have Fabiano Caruana on board 8. He's playing Alexander Shimanov, who just beat Anish Giri. And Alexander Shimanov on 5.5 points and Fabiano on 5 points. And it seems like Fabi is very slightly better with white because has the bishop pair.
Absolutely. Yeah, this looks very pleasant for white. I mean, computer might say slightly better, but I believe Fabi thinks of it as more. Okay. So this is board number?
This was board number 8. We go to board number 9. Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Maxim Chigaev. And here, Nodirbek is slightly better. Again, with white pieces. These are all very strong players who are playing on boards 8, 9, and 10. Arjun Erigaisi is playing against SL Narayanan.
Oh, we have an all-Indian clash over here. And for Arjun, he needs to get back to, you know, being the leader there. He started with 4.5 out of 5. He's already played with Magnus Carlsen yesterday and drawn. So can he win? And, you know, still it will be a good day for him.
Correct. 2 more wins.
But his king is on e2, Sagar.
Yeah, the king is on e2. It's quite safe though, Amruta, because it's saved by its own pawns here. It looks quite safe in the center of the board. So Arjun looking quite good against SL Narayanan.
Yeah, and Narayanan plays the move, goes with the principle that when your opponent's king is in the center, break it open and c5 over there.
Very nice move. He's hit in the center. Okay, guys, it's time for us to go to the women's section very quickly and see what's happening here. On board 1, we have Nino Batsiashvili versus Alexandra Goryachkina. And here, wow, Goryachkina is slightly better because she has more space on the queen side and she's doing quite well. And then, Amruta, on board 2, we have Le Tingye versus Divya Deshmukh. Now, Divya today won both her games and has already reached the top boards. But Le Tingye seems to be better. She has the central pawns. Divya's pieces are a bit cramped right now.
Oh yeah, like white is definitely doing well. The pawn on c6, in case the pawn on c7 would have been on b7, this was perfectly fine. But this does allow white to get the initiative.
Yeah, I try to blockade on the dark squares if I can.
And also c4 break at some point, Sagar. That could be a bit deadly.
Yes. And then going to the third board, Koneru Humpy is playing against Sara Khadem. And early days here looks close to equal in this encounter.
Yeah, and you know, Humpy, who has been one of the only women, no, there have been only 2 women players who have won the World Rapid twice.
So one is Humpy, and who is the other one? Here's a small question. There are only 2 women players who have won the World Rapid title more than once. One of them is Humpy. Who's the other one? for a special prize here, guys. Anyone wants to take a guess?
I don't know. Without using Google, of course. Yeah. Oh, it's a very tough question, Sagar. I don't think anyone can guess that. Do you remember who's won the second one?
Yeah, I remember. So
okay, it has to be. Repeat the question.
the question is, there are Humpy has won the World Rapid Championship twice. That was in 2019 and 2024. There's only one more player who has done it more than once. Judith Polgar hasn't played, I think, in
Yeah, this is a
she
very
used to play in the open tournaments.
and also this is a very young tournament, which was quite latest. And I think Judith had stopped playing chess few years ago already. So
Sorry.
okay, what's your answer, Sagar? Now no
You say
one's
it
gonna
now.
get.
Ju Wenjun, yes, that's the correct answer. Maybe we can
Wow.
give her a small prize here that we have from one of our sponsors, Freedom. It is by Freedom. Congratulations here. And Ju Wenjun won it in 2017 and 2018. So very cool.
Okay, maybe we can also have the view in between to show our fan zone director Saab for the fan zone.
Okay, for the
Like we can have both sometimes, yeah.
But fan zone why would they want to see themselves?
Guys, how is it for 2 seconds? Yeah, everyone's saying hi to themselves. It's nice. Yeah. Okay, going to the next game, Sagar.
I'm
Where are you
actually
taking
going to
us?
take you back to the open section now, and we are going to Magnus Carlsen's game on the top board. Magnus is playing against Shant Sargsyan here, and already this seems to be a slightly better position because Magnus has the bishop pair. But what should be his next move? It's white to play here. I'm very tempted to push the pawn to c4, Amruta.
Ooh, and actually that is the first question, because whenever you have opponent's knights placed well, we try to find a way to kick them away. So c4, the knight has to go back, and
c4, or Amruta, you can start with a4, a5, then c4. The knight doesn't get this square.
you know what it feels like, Sagar? You feel like wanting the rook on a1 to bring to one open file, and that's the e file. And for that, you want to move your queen, your dark square bishop. But the dark square bishop, where can we take it?
So I can play bishop d2, then queen f3, and then rook e1. It seems like a fair plan.
But you know, even black is saying, even I want to be there. So bishop b6 in between attacking the d4 pawn. And you know, what did I miss? Let's ask a question over here.
And once you move your knight back, now white to play.
Yeah, he's got it. Who else?
c5, fantastic, attacking the bishop and the queen.
Yeah, you have to be careful, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's a tricky position. Magnus is slightly better. Going to board 2. Artemiev versus MVL. Amruta, this one I'm pretty sure
is a draw. Yeah.
Is a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, they are going to go for a draw. It's the third round, and Artemiev will prepare himself for the final round of the day.
So who will catch him up is the question. Will it be Gukesh? I think the most exciting game of this round is between David Anton and Gukesh, because here the last move that was played by David Anton. Look at this, Amruta. Gukesh gave him a pawn here by knight to b4. And David Anton says, thank you, I grab it, and then comes back. But now Gukesh is pawn down, but has some great moves. One of them being knight c2 to knight e3.
This is a incredible pawn sacrifice, actually, what Gukesh did, Sagar, for a moment. If we go back to the position with the rook on a8, I think we have to show this idea of rook a6. Beautiful. I mean, generally we do sing a song Mujhko bhi to lift kara de. It's a Hindi song, but that's the rook lift over here, which Gukesh is very, very famous for. I would say these subtle ones. And beautiful idea, Sagar, after night before giving the pawn.
Yeah, here, of course, David Anton was hoping that Gukesh takes here and he gets this huge central pawns. But Gukesh went knight b4 and attacked this. And if you take here, rook takes and black is doing very well. So David said, if I have to suffer, why don't I suffer with one pawn at least? So he took the pawn, rook b6 and came back.
Tempo.
And at this point, Gukesh is thinking he has 9 minutes on the clock, 4 minutes 50 seconds for David Anton.
Wow, and the assessment of this was not easy because it's a very positional sacrifice. You do not get anything immediately, but you are going to that important E3 square, which is a beautiful villa in a beautiful place.
Yeah, this is looking good for Gukesh here.
Yeah, this is exciting. This game is super exciting because whether Gukesh can convert this positional compensation is an important question.
Let's stay here for a bit, Amrita, before we go back to the game of Magnus, who is slowly starting to press. So here, if it was black to play, I would jump with my knight. So you save your rook. I then attack your other rook, so you save that as well. Open it up on the open file. And this already is better for white.
Maybe because the knight on d2 is going to jump to f1 and exchange your most active piece. But after knight c2, rook b1, there was something better for black.
Yeah, I don't know, Amrita. Maybe it's knight b4 attacking here. And
is it a draw?
a3, I go knight a2 and pick up this bishop.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, what if you don't go knight c2 at all? Do you have anything else to improve your piece position?
King h8 maybe. Rook f7 maybe. There are many little moves.
I would be attracted to the ideas of king h8 and g5 in the future because let's not forget even your h3 pawn is isolated. Queen e, I don't know. It's an exciting position, but not easy to convert the compensation.
Also, Amrita, look at this move. Rook f7 with the idea of rerouting the knight from f8 to g6. Such positions are rich in knight maneuvers because often you are trying to, it's closed, right? So you're trying to put your knights on better squares.
Yeah, this is about planning and that can...
Oh, he played it.
Oh, did he play rook f7?
Yeah, he played rook f7. That's a good move by Gukesh here.
That is incredible chess, positional chess, which we are looking at, and some amazing planning by Gukesh.
And meanwhile, Magnus...
he played knight
b1. Look at how white is maneuvering the knight, Amrita. He stops knight c2. He's going knight a3 to b5.
Wow, you were right, Sagar. It's all about the absolutely right knight maneuvers.
Yeah, such a complex game this is turning out to be. It can go in anyone's favor. Meanwhile, going back to the top board, Magnus Carlsen is clearly better. The plan which we mentioned is happening here. He started with bishop f4 and then he brought his bishop back to d2 and now rook e1 is coming.
Okay, but this is clearly better majorly because you said that white has double bishop and then his pawns will start rolling at the right time.
Yeah, this is great. He's ready to play c4. He's ready to bring his rook to the center. His knight is ready to jump to f5. So Magnus looking all set for his first win of today.
Oh, yeah, that will be his first win. You are so right. He has had a very difficult day today. What about Artemiev, Sagar? How is he doing?
Oh, Artemiev is slowly trying to take over the initiative, Amrita.
How? It's equal.
Queen h3, h5, h4.
You think Artemiev will go so ambitious being a sole leader, or do you think he will go a little like shant?
Well,
calm?
He is going queen h3, Amrita, and perhaps that answers our question. He wants to play for the full point. It's not enough for him to be 1 point ahead. He wants to play for another full point here.
And Sagar, I want to draw your attention to the game of Arjun because there has been a blunder by his opponent.
Arjun Erigaisi on board 10, playing against SL Narayanan. And last move was rook b2 check, and Arjun plays king d1. A typical crazy Arjun game where there's no castling, pieces are scattered all across. No one knows what's happening except Arjun. You know, he knows it and he wins it.
Exactly. He's so calm while playing such positions, and that's why Magnus Carlsen has called him madman.
Yeah, the madman of chess, bishop d7. And now you go d6 here, pushing your pawn forward. Although the rook is not in the game, I still feel, Amruta, this could go in any direction.
You know, he's 2 pawns up over here, and the pawns look great. I don't think Black is able to somehow regroup his pieces in order to create some tension for the king on d1. It's an open, you know, it's taking sunbath right now.
Yeah, maybe it's sunbath, but you know, it could be a bloodbath here. If the king is in the center, it could be dangerous.
That's true. Okay, but I think Arjun has got it because he also has more time on the clock.
And Amruta, one player who's close to winning this is Hans Niemann, guys. Hans Niemann playing against Le Quang Liem after bishop e7, knight e7. You see what he did. Knight g8 by Liem and rook sack. Take, and gf3.
Okay, he's accepted the double pawns over here, which was not an easy assessment because they are on the open files. And yeah, that's what Black wanted to do, Sagar. He wanted to attack those double pawns. So f4 played.
But Amruta, now rook f4, and I'm just going knight e5. I'm trading the knights. I can enter in with my
But
queen.
white is exchange up, yeah? Let's not forget
Let's
that.
exchange up. So Hans Niemann is better here in this game. On board number 6, you can see him getting that flow in his play. And Nadirbek Abdusattorov is totally winning his game against Maxim Chigaev.
Oh, rook e8. Is there a pin problem? Knight f3 is a check.
He played rook e8 here. And now there is a big threat in the position. Let's imagine I play a move like h3. Why is this a blunder? Anyone here? White to play.
No, black to play.
By the way, this one is board number 9. Yes, very good. Knight to f3 check. If queen takes, rook is hanging. If knight takes, queen is hanging.
Yeah, so there was two themes combined, a pin and a discovered attack, discovered check. So very cool move. What did he play, Nadirbek, after?
Amruta, by the way, a big news coming in on board 2. MVL and Artemiev, we thought that he had this, at least I thought he had this ambition to win the game, but they have agreed to a draw.
And MVL said, yes, you have 1 minute. Yes, I have 10 minutes more on the clock, but I know what happened in the last games. So
I'm not risking it, said MVL. He's not going to play for a win, even though Artemiev has 10 minutes less on the clock. Imagine what.
Yeah, like now, like people don't even care about his clock, anymore. He has created a reputation that 10 seconds or 1 second, it doesn't matter. I am playing my best chess here.
Yeah, that's insane. So draw, and he moves to 7 points out of 8. Artemiev is right now the sole leader. No one can catch him. If the best that someone can do is reach 6.5 points. And who will be that player who will reach 6.5? Amruta, very quickly going to Gukesh versus David Anton here.
Wow. So a lot of moves happened after knight b1, Sagar. We can take it from that moment over there. And so knight f8, bishop went back. And
He moved his rook also over.
rook h6, and computer doesn't like it much, but I thought it's very natural to go after the h pawn.
And look at this, Amruta. We thought that this is the knight that would reach e6, but the knight from b4 went to a6 to c7 to e6.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. They both want to travel together. The other knight is going to jump to g6. And you know what Gukesh is saying? Anything that is the base of the pawn chain is always weak. So f4 is a target he's looking at. h3 is another isolated pawn he's looking at, keeping pressure over there. And the light square bishop on c8 has a bright future on that lovely diagonal, Sagar, on a8 to h1.
Yeah, I think the storm clouds are gathering around the white king, but you have to be careful. For example, here, if knight g6 I play, I'm attacking these two pawns, and you have to find the move knight g1 to defend this, because otherwise I'm not just attacking here, I'm also coming in here trying to attack the bishop. It's actually looking for an engine. This seems to be fine for white, but practically it seems like black is the one who's pressing.
The only thing black must remember, Sagar, that he is a pawn down. And often when you're playing, you've given a positional pawn sacrifice. Then you kind of get into the rhythm of the game. You tend to forget that there is a material imbalance because it always feels very complex. And, this has happened. This is one of the common mistakes, that you calculate simplification and you think it's sending in a draw, but suddenly you realize, oh my God, I'm a pawn down. I don't know. Has it not happened with you?
It's possible. Somehow I never sacrificed too many pawns. Yeah,
it happened a lot with me because I would always do that.
Oh, Amruta, Nihal Sarin has drawn his game against Henrique
But 1 second,
Cristobal.
was he winning when we saw the game?
He had just a time lead.
Okay.
And then Rauf Mamedo versus Ray Robson. This game on board number 4 is, or board number 5 is equal right now. And we go to the game where Hans Niemann is totally winning.
Okay, so Hans Niemann not giving any chance to the very solid Le Quang Liem.
Yeah, it's a big result for Hans, I must say, because, while he's the higher rated player here, in fact, he's not even higher rated in Rapid. He's lower rated than Le Quang Liem.
Yeah, many of the, top players, the ratings are completely different than the classical ratings, which was quite interesting to see, because it's going to take a lot of time for them to reach 2750.
I agree. And Amruta, I'm going to go back to the Magnus Carlsen game on board 1.
Maybe can you go to Arjun's game, because it is about to finish, I think.
That's board number 10. Arjun Erigaisi.
His king is on c5 with the queens on the board.
Yeah,
can you show the king walk?
Arjun's king was like, okay, today, guys, I'm not gone for a walk yet. Just had my dinner, had 2 pawns for dinner, and now it's time to go for a walk. And there you have it. Yeah. The king goes for a wonderful walk with no more checks. In fact, there is check, queen f2. He now attacks the bishop, threatening checkmate in 1.
Okay, so he is clearly doing it, Sagar. And guys, do you know some of the famous king walks in chess which have happened? Do you know which player?
And by the way, Arjun Erigaisi has won his game. So 6 out of 8 for Arjun here.
Oh, and we do have an answer in the online community. People know two very famous games come to my mind, Sagar.
Actually, maybe we can ask our viewers, do you remember, a famous king walk? By whom? Garry Kasparov against? Actually, it's a safe name to say. He must have done a king walk.
No.
Fischer, maybe he must have, but it's not as famous as the one we are looking for.
There are 2 very famous ones, like very famous. No, we have Karpov, Kasparov, Kramnik, all these.
Kirov. Also possible. Topalov also may have played.
Wow.
But the
it's
most famous,
interesting.
Amruta, I know only one, which is the second one you are saying. I don't know.
One is Nigel shot with the
Yes.
king on h6. It's a beautiful game if you can go and check.
That one was what I thought.
The other one I thought was Nawara, right?
It is, yes.
The king
David
went
Navara
best
versus.
game of the. I think he won some award also for that game.
If you
Yeah.
haven't seen that game, it is David Navara moving his king from e1 with all the pieces on the board and going to h8. So from here, the king went here with all the black pieces around. It's a very famous game against Wojtaszek.
Ah, yes, yes.
Okay, I'm quickly going now to the Magnus game because Magnus
go.
Carlsen is kind of putting pressure on board one against Shan Sargsyan, and look at the bishop, the knight, the other bishop joining in. I think even without sacrificing anything, Magnus has a winning position here.
Yeah, I mean, just because of the piece activity. And this is one of the very important things that the elite players understand. Where are my pieces placed the best? They don't need material because they are so good at doing this great activity.
Yeah, and right
So-
now, guys, this one is looking like it will go in Magnus's favor. Second board was a draw. Let's go to board 3. And this is not turning out really good for Gukesh, Amruta, because the white queen
Oh, he
has
found
made
knight
its way.
G1.
Yeah, he found knight G1 and queen is here.
Ooh, he allowed the queen entry. Okay, but what happens, Sagar? Knight e7, I like the move because the queen has to go back.
Yeah,
You don't want to go to d6 and land up in a disco situation there.
yeah,
Losing
right
the pawn
now
with.
Gukesh has 40 seconds, Amruta. He played the move queen H1.
Is it a good move?
Oh yeah, it's a good move.
My God.
Very aesthetic move. Instead of putting on G2, where it could be attacked by the rook, it goes back to H1, the queen, knight C6, rook F2.
When you know that you play a weird move, but it's still okay, then you know that you are definitely better.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook f2 there. But you know, black knights are searching for some goals in life. Like they've been trying, they're full of dreams, but somehow not able to find their passion, it seems, Sagar.
Yeah, Amrita, one of the knights has his passion on B4, but maybe not very useful passion. Can't do much in the game, although it keeps attacking here, and maybe it's even could be captured.
Oh, g5. And that's a mistake. That's a very, very emotional move. But that's what Gukesh is generally.
Yeah, that's Gukesh's thing. Yeah, he sometimes lashes out and plays moves which are not the best according to the engines, but against human beings, sometimes it can work because of its practical value.
Absolutely. And rook g6. Now look at this, Sagar. g5 is hanging. e5 is hanging. If you lose e5 and if that bishop on f8 goes to d6 by any chance, if it gets a chance.
Ooh, he goes rook,
Queen
queen
d5.
d5.
He defends e5 because it's a, shelter to the king in some way. An important pawn. Can we attack it more? Queen b8, but then you go.
I think, Amruta, this is hanging here.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed it.
Rook d7, the best move played. Attacking the queen, and now knight to d6 makes a lot of sense to attack the queen.
Knight, knight takes e5, knight
But
c8,
queen
rook
is-
d5. Yeah, and you win the rook in the end.
So that's the reason why rook d7 has been played here by Gukesh to kick the white queen out,
Yeah.
but it need not be kicked out. The knight can jump into d6.
But 40 seconds for David Anton. This is getting extremely intense with 20 seconds to Gukesh. Anybody can go wrong when the kings are exposed. And here, for sure, White's king is exposed, but he's not allowing the black pieces to reach him, Sagar. There is a lot of security over there. He played. Oh, he did not go for knight d6. He went back to g2.
Wow.
And
Queen g2,
but
and now Gukesh
can he not
is
pick the
back
pawn?
in the game. He takes the pawn. Knight e5, 19 seconds to Gukesh, 29 seconds for David Anton.
And he picks up the f5 pawn. Everything is hanging here and there, Sagar, and the knight.
Oh, knight takes a pawn. It's like, Amruta, a boxing match where one punch on the left flank, one punch on the right flank. We don't know what's happening.
Who is gonna be, landing on the floor over here? We don't know.
And
But
do you have the patience to make a move like b3 here?
I would be scared if it is a boxing match. My teeth will be gone with the punch.
Oh, queen g3, and suddenly it's Gukesh who is better if he takes the pawn on b2.
Yeah, he's just winning all the pawns, it seems. Knight e5, knight d3, knight b2, as I say, like the Mario game where he collects the coins.
Oh, he does not. He felt that it was too risky to go in and take the pawn. He thought that the knight could potentially get trapped. Look at this. Knight takes.
Okay,
queen
but
b3, he felt, might be the move to trap the knight, and it is trapped. But there are other moves that lead to a fine position.
Well, we'll look at the live position right now, Sagar. Some moves are happening. Knight b4.
And
He
knight
played
to
knight
f3.
f3. It's
Again,
very
he
difficult to
went
play
wrong.
perfect moves, Sagar.
Yeah.
This is not a game where we will see that perfection.
No perfection here, but still it's going to be tough.
The bar is going up and down. It's a roller coaster game.
And
Absolutely any
wow,
result
look
can
at
happen.
this, Amrita. He goes rook e5. Knight jumps back to d3, and knight is like, I always wanted to come in. Rook f7.
This might be the game where we see the maximum knight moves, Okay. I love black's position over here. White's king definitely feels weak. F file is open. He brings his rook to f1, but that's a big mistake there.
Knight is jumping into f5.
Sagar, once I get the b5 knight out, then the bishop will be on that beautiful diagonal.
Finally, Gukesh says, I wanted that pawn. I should have done it earlier. I'm taking the pawn now. And then, Amrita, his opponent plays rook e1. He snatches another pawn.
Oh, that is sweeping all the dust over there, Sagar.
And next move, which is very powerful, is knight d6. Because if you take, I take with the bishop and there's a pin.
You were waiting for that. He goes knight d6. The b5 knight has done his job really well. But now, where can it go?
And look at that. Magnus is seeing the game of Gukesh.
After rook f4, Sagar. Yeah, we can shift if we want, but we cannot.
No, we don't want to shift. Amrita, we don't want to shift. Magnus is looking at Gukesh's game. And there you see a knight fork with knight h5. And it's game over, guys. The world champion is striking here and making a strong claim towards perhaps wanting to take the world rapid title as well. But okay.
That's a little early, but definitely he does seem like he could stop Artemiev if he keeps playing like this.
Yeah, definitely. And now after bishop f4, there are many different ways.
Or do you go to f5?
Many different ways to win.
Yeah, I think this game is about to end in a few seconds.
Oh, what?
Now.
Knight e5?
Rook
he plays knight to e5.
Do you want to take on f4 or that's a bit too much? You want to pin the rook? I don't know what to do here.
Yeah, rook f4 is a good move. Knight d6 just coming back is a good move. I'll be a piece up after this.
f4, queen f4 and bishop d6. No, he plays. Sagar, the moves are happening.
He did find knight d6 and you can see Anton Guyaro takes here. He's threatening a mate in one, but rook h7. Attacking the knight here. But knight f5, I believe. Oh no, knight f5 is a mistake or what?
Why? Queen b3 check you want to give, yeah?
Then it doesn't work.
c4.
C4, yeah.
The pawns are really good. Yeah, but he's taking a bit of time. He has 45 seconds on the clock. But I really like the bishop on e5 for white. Though the position is completely lost, being a piece down and 2 pawns down. That's the material difference here.
And Amrita, a news for all our viewers here. Magnus Carlsen has won his game against Shant Sargsyan.
So Magnus wins. Arjun wins. Gukesh is winning over here. Nihal, I don't know what happened to his game.
Nihal Sarin drew.
He drew.
But MVL Artemiev drew. Rauf Mamedov drew, Hans Niemann won,
Yeah.
Alexei Sarana won. And Fabiano Caruana surprisingly losing to Alexander Shimanov.
What? I mean, Shimano.
Shimanov comes, beats Anish Giri, beats Fabiano Caruana.
Man, and that is incredible.
Yeah.
Because you know, Anish and Fabi, actually, they both were in the same team which won the Global Chess League.
So Bishop F6 played here.
Oh, Rook H3, maybe the final blow over here. If you take on H3, Queen takes H3, Queen F2 check, and you win the even.
Oh, what a nice tactic here. Queen takes H3, Queen F2, and picking this up. And the H8 square is covered because my knight looks there.
Everything, this game was about knights, Sagar. It was a story of the knights.
Played during the day. King G1 on the board.
And the resignation there. The world champion wins his game.
And he moves to 6.5 points out of 8, which is half a point behind the leader. Very likely that Gukesh and Artemiev will face each other in the final round of today. Meanwhile, we can quickly go to board number 8, where Fabiano Caruana is fighting for his life here against Alexander Shimanov.
Oh, there is this G7 pawn, but wait.
BG1? No, BG1, there is check.
Sagar, there is a possibility if you go into Rook Bishop versus Rook. I think Black is winning, but yes, in time pressure, maybe slight chances for Fabi to convert it into Rook Bishop versus Rook.
Yeah, let's see if that happens, Amrita. He's going for a checkmate here already. Doesn't seem likely. Bishop check. And guys, here's a question for you for a special prize that we have. Alexander Shimanov is well known for his videos, interviews, and so on which chess channel? Twitch, but what is the name of his channel? Actually, it's on YouTube, but what is the name? Does anyone know? Yes, well done, Namrata. Maybe we can have a special gift for you. It's the Levitov chess channel. And Alexander Shimanov, amazing there. Congratulations for.
And thank you to Freedom Group for these gifts, which makes it all very, very exciting.
Yeah, it's very cool what they have given. And there is a pen, there is a book, there is a cap, and it's a very cool thing to have.
And we have a very interesting personality in the hall over there.
Sir, would you like to come here and show our viewers here and back home this amazing dress that you have? If you could come.
Yes, come over here.
Here. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good evening.
Hi.
So this is working.
Ah, okay. Maybe you can.
No, it's all right.
Okay.
It's
But
okay.
then it won't reach.
No,
That's
it's
why.
okay. You can come closer.
Yeah.
So, sir, what's your name?
My name is Mohammed Mirza.
Mohammed Mirza.
Yes, I'm from Iran. I'm living in Qatar.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just came to watch the game. I mean the chess international World Cup. Yes.
And what are all of these badges that you have?
These are almost about the sports, games, events, clubs. And you can see this is the latest one, which is now is coming, starting in Qatar now. I got one.
Oh.
And this is the Arab World Cup, which won about 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago is now finished. And this is the World Cup under 17 years old.
Wow.
It's in Qatar was. Yeah.
That's amazing. So you are a big sports fan.
Yes, it is. They're saying, yeah, yeah, I am. Yes.
And you've been collecting this for how many years?
Well, I started to collect them since 2006 when the Asian game was in Qatar. So from that time, I had a small hat, and one of my friends told me, hey, go ahead, you can do it. So I did this one, and I have a handbag, and a stick, but I didn't bring it with me today, unfortunately.
What
Same.
in the handbag? There are more such badges.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
There's just a handbag and a stick. It's the
Okay.
same. I can have a photo if you want. I can show you, but unfortunately, I didn't bring it with me.
Okay, that's fine. And lastly, which is your favorite of all of this?
Oh, this is a very hard question. These are all favorite to me. They are all of them, but most of them is my Iranian team. Well, let me see if I can find it here, or it should be somewhere. Yes, this one.
How do you even find it?
Because I remember them where I put them, you know. This one, this is from Persepolis, the Iranian team, very, very famous in Iran.
Wow. Well, maybe a huge round of applause for him for
Thank you
coming
so
here
much.
and
Thank
being
you so much.
such a wonderful sort of sports
Yes.
fan, but now you also may take home something of chess from here.
Yes, this
Yeah.
because it's from the same sports.
Right.
Yes, this
It
is
would
the
be amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
you.
Thank you so
It
much.
was an honor to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, such interesting things, they contribute. It kind of brings a lot of excitement in this area. Very cool.
Yes, Amruta. And with this, we have completed the 8th round. No, there's one game going on. Is it really going on?
And
There
it
is
does look
Santipan Chanda who's playing against Lenier Dominguez. But Dominguez is winning here.
Wait, it's a
Totally.
king pawn endgame, but many king pawn endgames, one wrong move and you could get in trouble.
Yeah, but I don't think, Amruta, that's going to happen.
Like king f2
Maybe
over here,
if
Sagar.
we can get our board here.
Let's ask a question to the chat.
What
If
is
king
the question?
f2,
Mhm.
then what should black play? Oh no, it's not working.
What were you planning to play?
I wanted to play e3, but the king goes back to e1.
Yeah, and it works, right? Because now you can come here and take this pawn and f2 mate.
Yeah, but like king e3 was, I thought, forced, but it wasn't.
Okay. By the way,
So Dominguez, who has actually been very, very impressive, even in Global Chess League, he is doing well here as well.
yeah, actually in this tournament right now, few players are doing exceptionally well. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, Amruta, there's only one player on 7 out of 8, Artemiev, and there are only 2 players. Oh no, there are 3.
On 6 out of
Oh, actually
8
there are
or 6.5.
6
Wait.
and half. We have 4 players. We have Gukesh, we have Hans, we have Sarana, and we have Shimanov.
Wow, Shimano is having a great tournament for sure. So 4 players on 6.5, 1 on 7.5, and how many on 6, Sagar? Magnus is on 6, I believe.
Yeah, Magnus, I mean 6 on 6, we have so many players.
So
Amrita.
many. Yeah, so actually, a lot of people can catch him if, Artemiev keeps making draws.
Yeah, if Artemiev loses even one game, the tournament is wide open. And even like 2-3 draws, it would get
Yeah.
opened up.
As Magnus says that, this tournament really forces me to bring my best in
Yeah.
general. And this is a race he would really love to get into, to be motivated that, you want to catch the leader here.
I agree. And right now we see some views from the playing hall. It is Nils Grandelius versus Mitraba Guha. And Nils Grandelius is winning completely here with 2 extra pawns. And we have Ituri Zaga versus Siddharth Jagdish, and a check and you lose the rook. Okay.
Wow. But it's a beautiful playing hall. It's a beautiful fan zone. Everything is there over here. A nice temperature, some nice food, nice t-shirts. I think in the next break, we will show you the merch, which is there over here. So guys, if you are in Doha or nearby, do drop in.
Yeah, do drop
But
in.
if you have a connecting flight also, you can drop in.
Ah, yes.
Because Doha, yeah, it has a lot of connections, Qatar Airways and also many people might get to, and it's not very far from the airport.
Right. And Amruta, in the women's section, we also now have a sole leader. And you know who it is?
Nino, I'm guessing.
Nino and Goryachkina drew. So they are on 5.5. Le Tingye and Divya Deshmukh also drew, which means they are also on 5.5. But Humpy won her game against Sara Khadem, which means she's the sole leader.
Whoa, if Humpy manages to win this event, it will be a hat trick. I mean, not a continuous one, but still, she will become the only woman to win the World Rapid thrice.
Yeah.
I think, I don't even know whether she knows that, but I'm sure she's just playing her best chess. That's what they do, not thinking about the result.
Yeah, that's what matters here. She has to play well, and if she manages to win, that's great. But for now, she has only a half a point lead over the field, and there are many players at her heels here. And meanwhile, Vincent Keimer versus Bharat Subramaniam, this game has just come to an end.
And what happened? Draw. Oh, it was a draw.
A draw with a... Amruta, look at the position they drew in. It's still early middle game, yeah? Like...
Where can I...
Brinmoy says
I
in
can't
the
see
chat...
the position.
Sorry?
Can't see the position.
Okay, sorry. This one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was
A lot
position.
of pieces there on the board. Okay, and there we have Salim Saleh and Niels. A lot of games are going on. I think they will go on.
More players on 6.5. Okay.
We will
be back very shortly. We'll take a short break. And then the last round of the day, it will be very exciting to see in both open and women who ends the day as being the leader of the tournament. So stay tuned. Thank you.
last round laga the questions which
Hey, आपण ठेवूया. Welcome everyone to the game between Pragnananda and Sandeepan Chanda, and there's a smile on Pragnananda's face because he knows Sandeepan very well. He himself has worked with him in the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, and in fact Sandeepan is the full-time trainer of his sister R. Vaishali. Not sure if they still work together, but definitely in the Candidates 2024 Sandeepan was the full-time trainer of Vaishali. So definitely a very close connection between Pragg and Sandeepan, and it will be interesting to see how the student and teacher face off against each other. A handshake here, and Pragnananda opens the game with pawn to e4. This is the round 5 of the World Rapid Championships 2025, and Sandeepan plays knight to c6. Knight comes to f3, giving an opportunity to go into e4, e5 territory. Sandeepan takes it. Bishop c4. We have the Italian on the board and a sideline knight a5. Look at Pragg's reaction. He's like, what the hell is he playing? Knight e5 is a free pawn. But you know what? Sandeepan has played this before. He's played it with Sindarov in Dubai Open 2023. Knight takes pawn. He takes here. Knight takes, and you are a pawn down completely. Pawn to d5. What's the upside that black has here if you think about it carefully? The upside that black has is open position with two bishops. Does that compensate for the missing pawn here is the big question. Well, perhaps it doesn't, but it also is an interesting weapon to be played in rapid chess, and you can see already he has 16 minutes on the clock while Pragg is down to 11 minutes. So in some ways this opening may have worked for Sandeepan. Long castle here, and now knight to d2 played. So you're bringing your knight into the game, and queen moves to g6. Pragg brings his knight to f3, and we have pawn to f6, stopping the knight from jumping into the central square on e5. c4 played by Pragg and h5 by Sandeepan, gaining space on the queen side. King h1, knight comes out to h6, and now Pragnananda plays his bishop to d2. We have knight to g4. So black is playing as if nothing's happened. He's not a pawn down. Pragg meanwhile starts expanding on the queen side, h4, with the idea of perhaps playing h3. And remember, you don't have a light squared bishop, so h3 might be a smart idea to play. He plays it. Pawn to h3, knight takes knight, and now bishop takes e3 taken. Do you take the pawn on b4? That would be too risky because there's a lot of attack that brews up on the b file. So pawn to d5 played. Pragg is not even concerned about the b pawn. g5. Sandeepan is trying to open up things on the king side. A smart move. But Pragg now has a very interesting option at his disposal. Queen d4. He's going after the a7 pawn. Sandeepan defends it. And now a4, a5 should be very, very powerful. But instead, Pragg goes bishop takes g5. He's tempted by this move because the rook in the corner is hanging. Takes, queen takes h8. And now bishop takes pawn. He takes the pawn on b4. The queen is attacked. Well, you could play bg7, but then queen h7 or even knight g5 attacking the queen would be very powerful. So bishop b4, and now Pragg can take on g5. He takes it. Knight g5, excellent move. If rook takes queen, you have knight f7. So queen f4. Now the queen is attacked. Also the knight is attacked. So you need to protect it. And the best move is queen h5. Right. And if you play bishop d6 trying to checkmate me, my knight will simply drop back. He plays bishop to c3, attacking the rook here. But the rook can simply move away. Rook c1. Pragg is totally and completely winning. Bishop f6. And Pragg goes back. Knight f3. Rook to h8 played. So getting some coordination flowing, at least in the black pieces. Queen comes to g6 now. And Sandeepan takes on h3, but that's not enough. Pragg has seen it. By the way, Pragg's time is the big problem. He's down to 30 seconds on the clock, while Sandeepan has 5.5 minutes. He takes, queen takes f3, and now queen g2, coming back with his queen. Queen to a3 played, attacking the a2 pawn. And now c5, he's pushing forward. Pawn to c5 on the board. Takes it. And isn't d6 super powerful, opening up the path of the queen here? This is just game over. Pragg is +6 now. He's completely winning. And he pushes on with d6. Well, if you take the pawn, queen c6 should be game over. So Sandeepan brings his rook to d8. Now many different ways to win. You can go rook fe1, very strong move. Queen g4 played, rook blocks, and now just rook fd1, threatening to take, and he takes the pawn. King takes pawn. Maybe a check here. He goes rook b1. Pragg hesitating a bit, but also it's tough when you have just 14 seconds on the clock. You get like 10 seconds increment per move. That means you have to think in 10 seconds every single move. Rook b1, and he brings his queen back to a6. Queen to f3. And now the queen trade offered with queen c6, and you have to trade it. Suddenly Pragg is not totally winning here, because this c pawn is quite strong. Rook b8, now rook d3 to attack h3 and to swing over the rook. When in this format where you have less time, anything is possible, but a mistake here with c4, because in comes a check and you want to win this pawn. That's the point. He gives a check, he finds it. Rook c7 would be bad, because after take I have rook c1. So he goes king d5 and now rook d1 check. He goes rook c1 to attack this, c3, and now rook d1. You can't block with the bishop because rook takes pawn. So everything going as per plan. King e6, now just a check. King e7, keep the two rooks on the board. But instead he takes a bad move by Pragg. And he thinks he's winning. But the problem now is that the king, bishop and the pawn are too strong. White king is too far away. 18 seconds for Pragnananda. He's unsure now. King g2. King to d5. Sandeepan playing so calmly. Rook c8, a huge mistake. He should have played his rook to c7, so that later on in this line you have at least this check and the position is drawn here. Take and king d2. It's a draw. But after rook c8, king e4, there's no check that comes in here. Pragg down to last 3 seconds, plays his move, pawn drops, puts it back, king d3, threatening c2 and bishop c3. There's no check. Oh my goodness. Pragg goes king e1 and Sandeepan goes c2. It's over. It's over. And look at Pragg's expression. What? He can't believe what he's just done. He's like, what the hell did I just do? Bishop c3 is going to completely block my rook. He resigns. And he's shocked. He's stunned there. He can't believe that he botched up that +6 position as Nihal walks by. Nihal also surprised. Sandeepan calmly putting back his pieces. Pragg has absolutely nothing to say. I'm pretty sure that they would have discussed something in case the game had ended in a normal way. But Pragg there, generally, he's okay after a loss, but here it's too brutal. He was totally winning, and here Sandeepan puts back all the pieces, and he knows that no words are going to comfort Pragg here.
TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
In 2025, we mark the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection, and September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
Start. Hello, welcome everyone to the final round of today at the World Rapid Championships 2025. We are in the 9th round today. 8 rounds have been completed and a very, very exciting day of chess is going to come to an end. Let's see what happens. Artemiev is in the lead with 7 points out of 8. On your screen, you can see Ray Robson, who's waiting for Magnus Carlsen. It's Ray Robson versus Magnus Carlsen on board 1. Now, Ray Robson, a strong grandmaster from USA. On board 2, we have Artemiev versus Sarana. Very, very interesting matchup. Both of them would know each other very well. Similar age players. Shimanov takes on Hans Niemann, Amruta. And Alexander Shimanov, what a day of chess he's having. He beat Andrekin, he beat Anish Giri, and now he's beaten Fabiano Caruana.
No, and now he can beat even Hans Niemann.
Yes, and we also have Gukesh, who is playing against Nodirbek Abdusataro. What a big clash we have. And as the games are getting underway, Amruta, we will get the moves in very shortly.
But exactly, if you look at the board, maybe we can go to the second board because there is a great view over there. Artemiev versus Sarana there. They have started with Catalan structure, Sagar. As you say, the bishop on g2 has a nice home with g3, knight f3 and short castle.
Okay, so Catalan not yet c4 played, Amruta.
Yeah.
But I think very soon we will witness c4 and this is a big game. If Sarana beats Artemiev, the tournament will be wide open. Because right now, it is Artemiev who's leading, sole leader with 7 out of 8.
Yes, and Sagar, the opening he has chosen, I feel he is going very solid. I doubt if he's going to go in any risky mode at all.
Also, Amruta, it's very surprising that Artemiev has made so many moves. And yes,
he's not thinking much. I wonder if this game he is going to get under time pressure or not. Let's have a quick look at all the games, Sagar, very quickly and look at openings which are happening. The third board over here, Shimano versus Hans Niemann, and we have Trompovsky on the board.
Wow. Wow. We have d4, knight f6, bishop g5, d5 and knight d2. Alexander Shimano, well, what is he capable of? We don't know.
Yeah.
He might very well beat even Hans Niemann and end up as the leader of the day.
Wow, that's possible. And you know, if you go e6 over here, then there is this move e4, which you need to consider.
Yeah, and then we are suddenly in French defense.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so Hans is thinking how to respond to Trompovsky.
As we go into board number 4,
he goes c5. He goes with the most active version for black.
Okay. Here we have knight f3, d5. Gukesh is playing his kind of arch rival, Nodirbek Abdusataro.
Can we ask a question for a gift, Sagar? Like which was the tournament where Gukesh versus Nodirbek was a very, very critical battle?
Maybe we can ask him.
Those who have not got a gift before.
Can I ask him? Yeah. Tata Steel? When? Which year? You don't remember? Okay. Would you like to try? Yes, it was the Chennai Olympiad, right?
Yes, but do we repeat the gift? Because he's got the gift already.
You got already? No, he did not.
He did not get the gift until now.
So it
oh my God.
Chennai Olympiad 2022 and it was the game Gukesh versus Nodirbek that started a kind of very interesting rivalry between these two players, which has now lasted for over 3 years.
Wow, and this guy gets the gift from Freedom group. So very nice.
Thank you. Big shout out to Freedom for supporting this stream and this live commentary. And Amruta, right now we have pure symmetry. Look at this.
How is it pure? Because a knight on b4 and knight on b3. Ah, you mean the pawns?
Yeah, very symmetrical position here.
Absolutely.
And it seems like white always has a tiny bit of advantage, but Nadirbek, the speed at which he's playing seems very well prepared.
Oh yeah, he has 15 minutes on the clock. Gukesh with the white pieces. You know, these guys, they have had so many amazing battles from Olympiads to Tata Steel and whatnot. So a very critical game for any of them, because Nadirbek recently, when was the last tournament he won? London.
Yeah, London Rapid.
Yeah, he played well. Okay, let's move to the next board, Sagar.
We go to Rauf Mamedov versus MVL, and we have an interesting position here.
How is the queen on d5 and surrounded by so many pieces? Scary that it could get trapped.
Yeah, bishop f3, and the queen has only a2 pawn to capture. And there's bishop c4, and the queen can escape from here.
It's like just escaping. Well calculated. Can we have a quick look at the opening, Sagar? Because Mamedov has more than 15 minutes on the clock. It was Sicilian Alapin over here, where
and he took on b1, and then he just took off the knight, Amruta, which generally jumps here.
Exactly. He's like, I don't want to give you a tempo to attack my queen. And Mamedov is just, going with this b pawn.
He's just flowing right now. He wants to beat MVL.
Very interesting play by Mamedov, but he is prepared. I mean, that means that MVL might land up in opening trouble.
Right, and then we have Cristobal Henriquez versus Arjun Erigaisi, and early days in French defense here. But it seems like Black has found quite a decent position with two pairs of minor pieces traded, and this should be roughly around equal.
You know, Sagar, as for white, the bishop on d3 is the hero of the position. You know, that diagonal, the pressure on the h7 point, the pawn on e5, which has kicked away, like it doesn't allow the knight to reach f6, is a great advantage. So we will see, because normally white's idea is to go short castle and go f5, f4, f5, whenever there is no knight on f3. Correct. So I think white does have this edge.
Yeah, small edge here. Henriquez Cristobal, another player who has been having a great day, beating Sindarov, Rapport, and draw with Nihal Sarin.
Now, in the break, he was listening to music of which singer, Sagar?
Who?
Henriquez.
Enrique.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
It's a great question. We could have asked for a prize.
No, thank God we did not. But
By the way,
G3 played.
Big news. Draw between MVL and Rauf Mamedov already on board number 5. So they have finished their game.
And they are done for the day.
Yes, maybe we can call them here.
It would be lovely.
They could join us.
You know, it seems that tonight there is an interesting thing happening.
What is happening?
There's going to be a football match, Sagar.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's going to be a football match between chess players. If anyone is keen on...
They did ask you also to join. But I said right now he's not in his fittest form. So...
But that has nothing to do with fitness. I think more likely that I may not have time for it, right?
Exactly. That's that I know. But also, if you had, still, the ball would have kicked you, not the other way around. Sorry.
Okay, guys. Right now, Amruta is in dangerous mood, and Hans Niemann is trying to face a very dangerous opponent, Alexander Shimanov.
But the position looks very fine. I mean, the king set
by the way,
not
Amruta,
developed at all.
A big game which we should just point out is Yas Khan Erdogmus on board 7 versus Nihal Sarin. Because Yas Khan I think this is the first time we are seeing him reach on board 7. He had a slow start. He lost to Volodar Murzin. Then he drew against Ruslan Ponomaryov. But in the last 5 rounds, he has scored 4.5 points.
Wow, that is amazing. And he played such a brilliant tournament, the FIDE Grand Swiss, and he showed us what he's capable of. He had beaten Gukesh in that tournament and many other players. So Nihal Sarin has a tough challenge there in front of him. It's a closed position, Sagar, and the slight edge for white would be his dark square bishop against the much worse bishop on f8.
And Yaz has immediately improved the position of his bishop. He wants to go to the other diagonal here.
You know what he will try to aim, Sagar?
Yeah.
He will exchange his bishop for the knight, and one more knight will get exchanged, and essentially he will have one d5 knight against the dark square bishop. So, yeah.
But Nihal instantly stops that plan with the move h6. Okay. That's what's happening, Amruta. It's time for us to go to board number 1. Ray Robson versus Magnus Carlsen. A very important game for Magnus because he is trailing the leaders by 1 full point. And if he manages to win this, it would be a big one. But his opponent has gone for the very super solid Catalan setup with a double fianchetto on G2 and B2.
But why is Ray Robson down to 9 minutes? This is what I'm wondering, because it's a very standard structure, but there are a lot of deviations in general. So what do you think, Sagar? Because it's more about structure, right?
Yeah, it's a lot about the structure that we have here, but I mean, it's also a very rich position because you have no pieces traded. There's close contact. So I think Magnus would be happy with where this position is heading because he wants to score a full point today in this round.
Wow. And just one more thing I want to point out, that Harshit is doing well. Harshit is winning. That's what our online chat has said. Harshit, who has commentated with us number of times, I think this time he said, I want to break from you guys and I want to play.
Actually, he's a grandmaster and we've been commentating with him for well over 1 year. And he's playing in this tournament. His name is Grandmaster Harshit Raja. He's on 4.5 points out of 8, Amruta. He is right now, he beat Amin Basim here. He beat Arkady Naidic, Chan Emre, and he drew with Kirill Alexienko and Nicolas Theodoru. And now is playing Alexei Grebnev and has a huge advantage. So this is great news for all the fans of Harshit and his friends and everyone.
Wow, wonderful. Okay.
Oh,
Coming
Amruta,
back
one
to
more
Magnus's
result.
game.
One more result on board 2.
Which one?
We have a draw between Alexei Sarana and Vladislav Artemiev. And maybe Artemiev could come.
Oh, that would be so amazing if we can have Artemiev with us. I am interested to know whether he's going to play football tonight or not.
Let's see.
So while we try to get the players, because generally the players do not want to join in between. They have back-to-back rounds. It's very tiring. Maybe the board has disappeared. And they really want to save their energy. It could be one game which could go on and on and on. So this is very important.
But
I'm
Amruta,
not sure if...
why did they agree to a draw so quickly is a big question
because
to me.
Artemiev is the sole leader. Yeah, I think he doesn't have to worry about what happens. He saves his energy for the next 2 games. So he can start with the first 2 games as trying to take risks, prepare well.
Okay. Interesting. Well, such approach can either be a very smart way to keep your lead and energy, or sometimes can backfire.
Yeah, it's very hard to guess. I mean, I would love to see the fighting chess there, but also it's sometimes a little brutal on the players who are very tired. So we don't know, their energy level decides a lot what they want to do.
By the way, let's go to board number 3 between Gukesh and Nodirbek, board number 4. So right now, you can see that it's a very interesting position with two bishops eyeing these diagonals for both sides. And Gukesh is looking at the c5 square to attack here.
Exactly, Sagar. I mean, I think I like the g2 bishop very much, but also along with the combination of the a4 knight, which is way closer to attack the b7 guy, I feel this is slight initiative for white.
Yeah, I can take, and Amrita play this position, but already white seems to be one for choice.
But you know, rook d8, let's say if you have more exchanges here,
yeah, but
is
now,
there anything with
now
white?
look at this move. Maybe we can ask our viewers, what is the best way to create an imbalance here, white to play? Anyone here who wants to try white to play, what do you do here? Sorry?
And then after rook takes d8, rook takes
No,
d8.
rook takes d8 will be met with knight takes d8, Amrita.
Look, if Sagar, you are going to tell me that the imbalance will be created by giving the g2 bishop, I might even feel a bit heartbroken because I love that bishop.
Yes, you love that, but Amrita, you have to sometimes give up what you love to get something even better. So here, taking on c6 is a great move.
Oh my God, I would have never found this and never won the prize, Sagar.
And takes, and then you take here, and finally, these knights are very powerful, and perhaps these bishops are not as effective as the knights.
Ooh, well, that's true, Sagar.
But Amrita, Novak played queen e8. He played this move, and that's the position. And by the way, our friends, everyone's telling that Harshit has just made a brilliancy here. Should we look at his game?
We can have a quick look at that. Very quick.
So here in this position, guys, white to play, what is a typical brilliant move in such structures? White to move. It's very
nice. Oh, did he really miss that? It's so Harshit-like.
He played it.
But then we saw it. If he played it.
No, but look at this. It's very nice.
No, he didn't play it, Sagar.
Knight takes b5, but then takes. It's possible. But you know what he played?
Wait, anyone wants to try? Because there's a good prize there. Guys, be confident and give the wrong answer. That's fine. Okay, it seems difficult. Yeah, knight d5 over there. What do you want?
Guest has come. Chair to pass. And guys, let's give a huge round of applause to our guest here. Grandmaster Alexei Sarana is joining us. Alexei, if you don't mind and join us for a bit. Alexei just played on the top board. Right now, he played against Vladislav Artemiev, and the game ended in a quick draw. Alexei, happy with how the tournament is going for you?
Yeah, of course, I'm very happy to play on the first board in this tournament. It's already a very, very huge achievement, so I can be really happy. My games wasn't that perfect, but in this tournament, you always need luck to show good results, so it's normal.
Yeah, you had wins against Hovhannisyan, you drew with Gukesh, then you beat this young talented boy from Iran, Sina Mohamed, and now Artemiev. Are you good friends with Vladislav? How is it for you?
I wouldn't say friends. We know each other for a long time, and actually, he is extremely uncomfortable opponent for me lately. And in Blitz, I lost almost all games against him. So, but I was happy to get him when he is leader of the tournament. He is on +6, and he usually waste a lot of time in the opening. And I felt that in time trouble, he's incredibly strong. It's like only he gets stronger. And when you offer draw earlier, maybe he would think that, oh, I will get into trouble, I will have problems. But and it's my chance, so I decided to try it. But of course, if it was not this tournament situation, probably he would decline and probably I would have problems. So it was just my hope. He agreed, and he agreed. Yeah.
Wow. So that was a smart draw offer that you made, and it was agreed by him. And you are on 7 out of 8, 7 out of 9 now.
Yes.
What are your sort of aims from this tournament with 4 more rounds to go tomorrow?
Well, if I didn't lose, we will not lose any game, it will be very nice. +5, I think, is a very good result for me. Of course, to be in top 3, it will be like a dream, but I wouldn't mind to be on the same score.
Wow. So that would be really good if you are able to kind of have +5 that you have today.
Yes.
Wow. That's amazing. And Alexei, how has this entire event been for you in Qatar, playing in this venue? How are the arrangements?
Venue, I think, is really nice. I like the hotel. I like also the weather in Qatar in this time of the year. It's really nice. It's warm. It's good. There were some problems with some transfer, but mostly I like the tournament so far. How it's going?
Amruta, it's warm here. Do you?
That's what I heard. Because for me, it's very, very cold. But another question to you: are you planning to play a football match, which is going to happen tonight?
Not really. No, I wouldn't go on the tournament. I think it will take a lot of energy, and I didn't play football for many, many years, and I'm not capable probably now to show good results.
And maybe before we let you go, I wanted to ask you if you can tell us a bit about your thoughts on the games that are going on.
Yeah, sure.
So there is Ray Robson, who is playing against Magnus Carlsen right now. This is the position on board 1. I mean, board Magnus has a fixed board, so that's the board number. What do you feel is happening here?
It's so hard. It's actually a quite solid position for white, but it's playable for both sides. And Robson is another player who likes to play on seconds, like 1 second, and he make a move. He's really strong in time trouble, but has a bit different play style compared to Artemiev, but also very strong. But against Magnus, I'm not sure if it will work very good. So I like position for black, but I also don't see any weaknesses for white. So nothing is going on here so far. But
it's kind of even.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not like the draw. It will be a very playable position in few moves. Just now they will play some move like rook c2, knight d4, nothing to develop pieces. So it will be everything decided in time trouble.
Okay. And next game is Alexander Shimanov. He's having a beautiful day today. He beat Caruana, he beat Anish Giri. He's playing amazing chess. He's playing Hans Niemann now. What is your feeling about this position?
It's a very interesting position. I think it was at Krampovsky, and it's line which I play, and actually I like it for black. But also people usually with white go for this line because they thought, okay, they fix pawn on d5 and just shuffle around and somehow will press it.
It looks weak right now.
Yes, yes, but they have 2 bishops and pawns are a bit... Well, everything's solid, but it's not so easy to attack pawn on d5, and black also has some counterplay. And so bishop e6, knight c4, at some point will play it, but also there is nothing concrete. Like it's not like something will happen in few moves. And but I see that Niemann is a bit down on time, and it can be crucial in this game.
Oh, he plays. Oh, maybe we are going towards a draw or something. with the repetition. No, he goes bishop g4. Hans Niemann would not want to draw here.
Yeah, but I don't know how to concretely proceed here. Okay, h3, maybe go back, bishop c8, bishop c7.
Just take it, no?
Take? No, if you take knight takes f3, and now pawn on d5 is really weak. Now it's what white wanted. But you need to save the bishop, of course, and because black has advantage in, how to say, more developed pawns, that's why they shouldn't exchange pieces.
Okay.
That's the rule, that if you have an advantage, you should.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying that they are weak pawns for black, so he should not exchange the pieces. Yeah?
No. I wanted to say advantage and advantage pawns. I don't know. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Isolated pawn, yeah?
No. Yeah, I'm so sorry for my English, but yeah, I wanted to say that, for example, in King's Indian, for sure, if white exchange pieces, it will be better for black because they have no squares where to move. And here, if white exchange pieces, they will have a place where to move. But here, space. Yes. When you have advantage in space, you shouldn't exchange pieces.
Very cool. Thank you for that that point. And here you think that maybe the game could end in a draw. They are repeating. It's bishop d7, knight c2. They have repeated here.
Yeah, Hans really trying to find something, and
he goes queen e8. He's even ready. Oh, you can't take here. Bishop a4 business. Nice.
a4, yeah, rook d8 and rook d8. Yeah, nothing to do. But yeah, and he loses a knight, or even bishop d8. Yeah, knight on c2 is losing. So,
by the way, what is your thought on the board number 4, Gukesh versus Nodirbek? It seems like the position is complicated, but the engines prefer black.
Yeah, it's really tough to say why black is better, but maybe next move is queen b5, and suddenly queen on b5 is really strong here.
Ooh.
Also, the bishop on g7 is stronger than his opponent on g2. So pawn on f4 is not a good thing here for white. But probably at some point, white can play e5, and now pawn on g2 will be strong. It's very concrete, but we see that Nodirbek is up on time a lot. So
only 1 minute 46 seconds for Gukesh. That's very well pointed out. And Nodirbek has 7 minutes 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's really problematic for white. So, and it's not only about position. I would say it's much more problems because of time, and it's really tough position.
Right. And yeah, this is a very interesting round that's building up. And Alexei, we know that you have 4 more games to play tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming to this fan zone. You are the first guest, first
really?
chess player who came here. So we are very grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For coming here.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you.
I think it was really
Sit
tough
down.
to reach this place.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
that's why.
Go like through different routes and
Yes, and we weren't allowed from one side and from another side because of I'm player, not the staff, and
Yeah.
and then we find out. But it's good. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys,
Bye.
Alexei Sarana, very likely to finish in the top tomorrow, one of the leaders of the tournament. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as the games keep going, we see that the world champion might face his first defeat of the tournament here. He's worse against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But guys, look at this. Wesley So already beat Arvind Chidambaram. He won his game so quickly, Amruta.
What? Okay, that's
a big result.
okay.
Wesley So beat Arvind.
So Wesley is making a comeback in this tournament. Like, one day suddenly you make 5 out of 5 or 4.5. You are back there at the top.
Definitely. After his loss in the first round, Wesley So is coming back strongly in this tournament. And I love it how everyone wants to have some picture or an autograph with Alexei. And thank you so much, Alexei, for coming here. Meanwhile, Amruta,
Yes.
we
I mean, what happened in the, like, we can have
Magnus,
from the top board,
Magnus.
exactly, Magnus Carlsen over there.
Magnus Carlsen is better, slightly better. He's trying to take over the initiative here with knight to b5.
And rook c5, I really like that move actually. Because if you take on c5, one question, Sagar, I would spend time here thinking with what to take.
I think taking with the pawn is a great idea, because if knight takes pawn, queen b6 traps the knight here. So
Ooh.
cannot play this. And we can see that Magnus is slowly starting to press against Ray Robson.
Absolutely. There are all four minor pieces on the board, which means a lot of important piece activity. You have to take care. You have to take care of not having a wrong exchange also. These are the moments where it matters the most.
Amruta, and I must quickly draw our attention to the women's board. We have on board number 1, Alexandra Goryachkina, who is better against Koneru Humpy. And Humpy is the sole leader, but if Alexandra manages to beat her, she will take over the lead.
Oh, yes, there is definite pressure because the rooks are doing beautiful job. H5 is going to be incoming. The weakness is on H7, G6. The bishop is strong. Exactly. This looks very pleasant for the white pieces. So Humpy in trouble against Goryachkina. What's happening on the second board there?
On the second board, Amruta, Maria Muzichuk is winning her game against Lei Chingye. And this is already a devastating attack with knight moving, the rook swinging over. This is better.
Wow, Maria doing it really well here.
And then on board 3, we have Harika, who's playing against Chen Yining. Chen is like 2143. So a name that I'm hearing for the first time, Amruta, here.
Yes.
But she is on 5.5 points. And Harika is slightly better. Can Harika win this one?
I think she has a nice passer on the d5 passer, double bishop advantage. b4 might be a weak at some point. So rook is active. In general, Harika looks good over here. I think she can win this.
Let's see if that happens. And now, Amruta, let's quickly head over back to the open section. And we have Magnus now. After knight d4, bishop f6. Look at the time of Ray Robson. As Alexei Sarana told us, he's very good with final seconds.
Wow.
He's down to 10 seconds on his clock.
Exactly. He looks like, Artemiev style over here with very less time on the clock. But, a lot of pieces are there existing on the board. And Magnus, I think with this time trouble, some tactics are going to be incoming.
Yeah, but also, Amruta,
do you want to give the exchange sacrifice by any chance?
How? Oh,
Like
by not moving the rook. Wow.
Or is it too unnecessary to complicate? Just go rook a5?
Yeah, rook a5 is a great move. Also, you can take the bishop.
What did
Knight
he take?
Takes, and then maybe queen f6. He played the move.
Bishop d4, I guess.
He took. And Ray Robson takes back.
And that's the first exchange of the minor pieces.
With the queen.
Oh no, 2 exchanges have happened, sorry.
He takes back with the queen here.
And bishop a6. Usually, that bishop is a bit of a problem because it is a defender. It has to take care of the d5 pawn all the time. But right now, it's like, okay, d5, you better look at yourself. I'm going for my journey.
And bishop a6, rook e1 played. Amruta, e2 was under pressure and boom.
What tactics is happening? This is what I said.
Beautiful tactic. You see, if you take with the rook, c1 is hanging. If you take here, I take back and attack your queen. Magnus Carlsen so sharp with this tactic.
And Ray Robson just did like this, Sagar. He is not happy. And this is what happens when you play under 2 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, you definitely are going wrong when you have such little time on the clock. Amruta.
Especially against Magnus Carlsen, I mean.
We have a result on the board of Arjun Erigaisi and Henriques Cristobal. It has ended in a draw. So Arjun today ends the day with 6.5 out of 9.
Yeah, that's a good score. And tomorrow, if you give your best, I think he has a great chances to come in the top.
Definitely. And on board 7, we see that there is Yas Khan Erdogmus versus Nihal Sareen, and it's Nihal who has the advantage with the black pieces.
Oh, Sagar, look at the king on g2. White has no pawn over there and rook on g8. It's so weak.
Yeah, this might be a very important moment in the game where Nihal Sareen, he takes the queen. The better move was to play queen e6, keeping this under control. If you take, I can take back with the pawn, but he trades, queen takes,
Yeah, it
king
was a
takes,
tough
and
move.
knight h5.
But he's won the pawn, I think, and Nihal Sareen has this h pawn, which is extra. The
But
king
Amrita,
on
this is
h3
hanging.
doesn't. Are you
Bishop
going to
d6.
take it? Bishop takes d6. Is it working? Oh, yeah, he takes it.
He takes the
So
pawn on
recovers the
d6.
pawn. But I think the king on h3 is so weak, Sagar. There has to be something for black, though f7 is hanging right now.
I agree. It's a weak king, but it's kind of tenacious here. It has pieces around it. It may not get checkmated so easily.
Ooh, it's so complex. This game we have to keep coming.
Oh, and Amrita, look at this on board 3. Hans Niemann is taking over. His opponent is forced to sacrifice an exchange because, if he had moved back his rook here, he would have lost the a4 pawn. So that's the reason why rook d5. And now Hans is in the driver's seat.
So that means that Hans rejecting the draw offer was a very good idea for him. And he is so confident, doing that for the last game. Hans is doing well, Sagar. So
Let's
then
go
that
to the
means
game.
that 2 games right now, Magnus and Gukesh, both the games are very critical because Northern was pressing in that position.
Yeah, Northern now seems to have reached a position of decisive advantage here against Gukesh. Still equal material, but look at the black pieces. They are much better than the white pieces. The rook is attacked. The rook is attacked here. It's a crazy position.
The G1 is trapped.
Yeah,
and you cannot take on f3. So that means that white is losing material.
Yeah, rook d7. He goes rook c8 and gives a chance, knight a7 to Gukesh.
And what's the chance there? Knight a7, knight takes g1, knight
No,
takes
you
e8.
can't take here.
Takes on a7.
Gukesh takes it, and immediate reaction by Nordirbek. He plays rook to a8.
So this was calculated by him, but maybe wrongly assessed.
Rook c7 coming in, and Gukesh is back in the game.
Oh, he senses it, it seems right now. He just pulled up his sleeves there.
He's played it. And Amrita, next move, e5, opens up this bishop. And right now, black has 4 pawns, white has 6 pawns, black has a rook for a knight.
Rook for a knight, and that knight is restricting the movement in some way. But these 2 pawns, Sagar, are a good compensation. If white manages to pick up the b6 pawn, I think this will be very hard for black to convert.
Definitely. And right now, just the news is that Magnus is better, Hans is better, Gukesh and Nordirbek, complicated position. We have Yas Khan Erdogmuz, who has turned it around against Nihal Sareen.
Really?
Crazy what's happening here.
Okay, shall we go to Magnus's game right now and look at how he is pushing there?
We can go to Magnus's game. And this is the position right now, Amrita. It's a clean extra pawn for Magnus.
Oh, what happened after bishop e2? There was no counterplay, yeah?
Yeah, nothing happened here. He went back and he brought his knight to e6, pushed his pawn forward. So and now this is the board position. I think queen d5 is powerful.
Wow. That means we also might look at Hans versus Magnus tomorrow in the beginning. Let's see what happens. So Magnus clearly winning here. Like there is 0 chance for rare option to make a comeback. So that takes us to Gukesh's game, which becomes very, very critical against Nordirbek.
By the way, when Gukesh got an equal position, but now after g5, he had to take the pawn, but he went bishop d6. And a very good move. Rook a d8. What a move this is. And I think Gukesh completely missed it because bishop f8 is met with. Exactly. Yes. Rook d1 check. and then you pick up this after picking up the f1 bishop. So a beautiful move by Nodirbek, and now after e5 finds another beautiful move. Look at this, Amruta. He gives up a piece, allows Gukesh
With a
to
check,
take
yeah?
the check.
Yeah.
F6, and he's totally winning because now this bishop is hanging and rook d1 is coming. Amazing play by Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Okay, but this is gone because you move your light square bishop, makes an escape square for your king. But the material, the knight on e7, so non-cooperative for white.
And now just pick up the bishop here. That is game over. But
Which means that Nodirbek is winning this.
Amruta, it's tempting to force the king out with a check. King comes up and then take with a check as well. But by now, it's white who starts to get very aggressive with the king coming in. So shouldn't get too, yeah.
No, he did not
great.
get tempted because, you take away the escape square from the king.
And now it's all over, guys. This position, maybe g4 is the beautiful move here. Opening up the f file and then bishop f1 leads to a checkmate.
Oh, he finds the move. Let's not forget 2021, where Nodirbek beat Magnus Carlsen and became the world rapid champion.
Beautiful play by Nodirbek Abdusattorov, showing his class here. And I think he's going to win this and move to 7 out of 9.
Yeah, this is completely lost for Gukesh right now, Sagar.
Amruta, let's go to Magnus Carlsen's game on board number 1. We have Magnus versus Ray Robson. The position is not improved at all.
Yeah, but last move he had 1 second on the clock. Ray Robson. What are the chances of a flag down here?
But his position is really, really bad because he's pawn down. Magnus is dominating. He's not going to blunder anything. Magnus is going to take home this game and then move to 7 out of 9.
Exactly. And now d3 is the threat. The knight's gonna jump to d4. He goes rook d2. Can you still play d3? Yeah, I think you can.
Yeah, he might play pawn to d3 here. So totally winning. Can we go quickly? Should we stay here? Let's stay here.
Yeah, we can look at the final moments here. It would be great. Let's stay at Magnus's game. Okay, Magnus played a move. He did not go for d3.
He took, and now is trading the queens. Magnus is so clinical, Amruta, in winning positions. He's very, very good, and he is going to convert this very smoothly.
Yeah, and especially the endgames. He knows that the knight endgames are like the king pawn endgames. He's ready for the queen exchange. And if the knight gets exchanged, Sagar, Magnus is always happy about queen endgames.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Magnus Carlsen is winning this. He's won another pawn here. And let's go to board 3. Hans Niemann versus Shimanov. And look at this. Shimanov is going wrong, and Hans Niemann is slowly taking over.
Yeah, he's an exchange up here, but he also has more time, but the position is not like a dead winning for black. There might be still some things to take care of because f7 is weak.
Once the bishop sits here and the rook comes, I think black will slowly...
It will be slow because you have to create more weaknesses there. Rooks need open files, and right now there's no entry.
Threatening a check on h2.
But not the best move. See, the engine says white can maybe go f4 or what? Oh, knight e1. Oh, he finds a good move, it seems, Sagar. Because he's not scared of the ghost queen h2.
Yeah, he's just defended this pawn because after a check, king e2, everything is protected here. And maybe white has some chances in this game. Amruta, going back to Gukesh's game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, there's nothing much left here. He is an exchange down and totally lost.
Yeah, this is over.
So Gukesh is losing, and meanwhile we have news on board 1. Magnus Carlsen has just won his game, and Ray Robson is very unhappy there. He didn't play particularly a great game
but
by his standards.
Exactly. He's very, very sad there. Normally, you don't see players sitting after the game for a long time on the chessboard. But I hope he knows that there is a ray of hope still.
Nice one, Amruta. Let's go to board 7. We have the young Turkish prodigy Yas Khan Erdogmus, who's pushing against Nihal Sarin, and Yas Khan is completely better here. Amruta, check. King goes to h8.
Okay, this one, though white is clearly better, I feel that black can have some resources.
But Amruta is pawn down. Count the number of pawns. All black pawns are isolated and weak. White has 5 pawns here.
Yeah, but something, if you can find a harmony with your knights coming towards the white king, but the same goes for black king as well. Look at the knight on f6.
And knight to e4. He's doing it in style here. Knight takes c5, bishop takes, and pick up the knight on e5.
Can I go f5 or am I just helping you there? I really want the rooks to get to the g file. The knight on d5 is such a monster. It is not allowing anything. Yeah.
Oh, it happened. Bishop e5, knight c5, rook a7 on the board. And Nihal Sarin is losing this game to the young Turkish talent Yas Khan Erdogmus. And Amruta, Shakriyar Mamedyarov on the adjoining board, 8th board, is the trainer of Yas Khan and is beating Le Kwong Liem.
Oh, that's very interesting. Both of them having a great tournament there.
And then Sindarov beat David Anton, a big result. And Lenier Dominguez is beating Ituri Zaga. Should we go back to the game of Shimano versus Hans Niemann?
Because I think there are some chances and that might be the most complex one. 13 seconds for Shimano and 27 for Hans.
Oh, Amruta, I want to draw your attention to an incredible game on the top board of the women's section. Humpy versus Koschenyuk. Look at what happened here.
Goryachkina, I mean, sorry.
Sorry, Goryachkina. Actually, b4, AB, rook a8, rook h1. What a move. Because if you take the knight, I give a check and you lose the rook.
Okay, that's a skewer over there.
So comes here,
blocks
d5,
the file.
Both knights blocking something. And now d4 by Humpy.
What? Humpy is taking over?
Yeah, and look at this move. Rook f1. So as to deflect the rook. And if you took this rook, then I take your e rook. And
how
so
are you finding in 10-20 seconds? These are some tough moves. Another good move by Humpy on the board.
And Humpy is winning now.
She is now having this pawn, which is unstoppable.
But she blundered, it seems. Here, there was a very tough move to find.
Not d3, huh?
She should not have taken the pawn. It's a check. She should have gone king b7 and both the pawns live here. But she took here and now a check. And unfortunately, this is a draw because the king had to go back to b7. Very tough move.
So basically, you should not get into the path of the checks of the knight, which was critical, but in time pressure. But she found so many good moves. I think she had to just think a while over that on that position.
Yeah, Amruta, if she would have thought for a bit, she would have won her game, but sometimes under the pressure, it's difficult to think about these things and it's going to be a draw here. Meanwhile, a big news is that Divya Deshmukh lost to Zhu Jinner. That's the only decisive game on the top boards until now.
Wow.
And Hans Niemann makes a mistake. Let's go to that game. And it's like Alexander Shimanov can't lose a game today.
Yeah.
So he's playing so well. Takes here, rook b2, queen e7 and check. And he's back actually. He should play queen e3, but he goes queen a7.
But I don't even understand why queen e7 was a mistake. Why was it a mistake, Sagar?
Yeah, I mean, bishop e7 is a brilliant move here by Hans Niemann.
He finds finally the best move, yeah?
Yeah.
Queen takes a5. I think it's all about the f2 pawn over there.
How do you
Which
attack
is
it, Amruta? Can you find it, guys? Black to play.
Ah,
How do you use this
lovely.
bishop to attack this pawn?
That might be the final question for the day,
Oh,
for
fine.
the
Yes.
prize.
You are going to say bishop d8. Very good job. Bishop d8 is the correct move because bishop b6 and you take on f2
Should
next.
we give him the prize, Sagar?
Yes, for sure. Why not? What's your name? Brian? Brian, congratulations for thinking. And you know about bishop d8. It's not an easy move, a backward move. Maybe we can give a round of applause to Brian. You get a goodie bag here from Freedom. So make good use of it. Bishop d8, bishop b6 coming in. And by the way, Gukesh has lost his game to Nadirbek Abdusattarov. And now Hans Niemann is winning his game against Alexander Shimanov.
So Hans is winning. So all the top board, Sagar, all the games are over, yeah, almost. These are the final moments of the top board. F2, which is the base of the pawn chain, a very critical one. Once that falls, rest of it will collapse. The bishop on d5 was, I think, one of the key pieces helping white, but right now,
But
there's
Amruta,
nothing much.
there's only 14 seconds for Hans Niemann, 17 seconds for Shimanov. Anyone can go wrong in such less time.
No, but how can black go wrong over here? Like, give me any scenario.
Well, maybe I can go in here and try to win your f7 pawn.
And you will get mated until then, Sagar, I think, with your king on h3. Very doubtful. In fact, queen a1 and queen h1 might be as well the mate in two threat.
Yeah, true. Oh my God, Amruta, you saw the future.
But you know, if you go knight g5, I thought. He goes knight e1. Yeah, back rank is weak. Now again threatening the mate on g3. Yeah, the very difficult position.
Yeah, super difficult here for, and he resigns there, or maybe just lost on time. Hans Niemann scores a win here, and what a day for Hans Niemann. He has scored 3.5 out of 4. A brilliant, brilliant one.
Wow, so we have all the top boards actually finished, and if we have to look at the results, what happened from the top, Magnus Carlsen beats Ray Robson, Artemiev
Welcome
draws
everyone
with
to the
Sarana,
game between
Shimanov
Pragnananda
loses to
and
Hans
Sandeepan
Niemann,
Chanda, and there's a
Nadirbek
smile on
beats
Pragnananda's
Gukesh,
face because
MVL and
he knows
Mamedow,
Sandeepan
they
very well.
drew their
He
game very
himself
early.
has
Then
worked
we
with
have
him in
Arjun
the
versus
West
Henriquez.
Prajanand
That
Chess
also ended
Academy,
in a draw, which
and
is
in fact
amazing for
Sandeepan
Henriquez. He has had a
is
great
the
day
full-time
today.
trainer
Nihal
of
Sarin,
his
who was
sister
doing
R.
so
Vaishali.
well, finally
Not sure if they
lost
still work
against
together, but
Yas
definitely
Khan.
in the
So a great
candidates
result for
2024,
the youngster
Sandeepan
there.
was the full-time
And
trainer of
Mamedaro
Vaishali.
beats
So
Lake
definitely
Sagar.
a very, very
Very
close
possible that Yas
connection
and
between
Mamedaro
Pragg
might
and
play.
Sandeepan,
If they
and
play,
it will
I
be
think the
interesting
game
to
will
see
end in a draw
how
though.
the student
Quite
and
possible,
teacher
Amruta, and
face
we
off
must
against
tell our
each other.
viewers that there are
A
so
handshake
many
here,
results.
and
We can't cover
Pragnananda opens the
everything
game
here,
with pawn to
but
e4.
sorry,
This is the round 5 of the World
Firuza is
Rapid
still
Championships
playing.
2025,
Maybe we
and
can
Sandeepan plays
have a look
knight to
at that.
c6.
And you know
Knight comes
what
to
else? I'm
f3,
just checking some
giving an
results. Yeah,
opportunity to
Wesley
go
so
into
beat
e4,
Urban
e5 territory.
Eric.
Sandeepan takes it.
Sorry.
Bishop c4. We have the Italian on the board, and a sideline knight a5.
And
Look at Pragg's
Pragnananda drew his
reaction.
game against
He's like, what the hell is he playing? Knight e5 is a free pawn. But you know what? Sandeepan has
Firuza is
played
playing
this
with
before.
Hong.
He's played it with
Sagar.
Sindarov
And,
in
oh,
Dubai Open
interesting King Pawn
2023.
endgame.
Knight takes
It's going to
pawn.
end in a
He
draw, it
takes
seems.
here.
Wow. Andrew Hong may have just managed to liquidate into a king and pawn endgame in a beautiful way. Wow. And Amrita, he did this with just 30 seconds on the clock.
Ooh.
It's a very well-known endgame. If you go king a6, there's king c6, king here, you come back, here you come back, and it's a draw. You just mirror it.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a draw, Sagar. What's the big deal? He's carrying it in his name, Andrew.
Oh, nice.
So,
Andrew Hong. And Amruta, with this, I think we finished almost all the games. Pranav is right now losing. We have Faustino Oro who's playing still. And he's playing against Haik Martirosyan. Let's stay with this game a
we
bit.
can look at that. And if one interesting result I would like to mention is Devansh beat Gautam.
Oh, nice.
But Gautam did meet this legendary player. So I think it's a great experience for him.
And Amruta, now the thing is that although the c6 pawn is a bit weak, I have a feeling that the white king is bit of trouble. Like you bring your queen here, rook comes up and it's a mate.
Oh, that's a great idea because you're looking at that h1 weak square. And I can always go queen g2 though. So I think it's all about the b pawn, no? It's a passer and it's an unstoppable passer. Yeah, queen d2, rook b1, go b3. Is there a problem? If not, then push the pawn. As we say in Hindi, push karo, khush raho. Push the pawn and stay happy. Queen d1. Don't exchange the queens because white king is weak. Am I right not to go into the rook endgame?
Yeah, Amruta, he has
Oh,
played it here, which was not a good idea. As you were right, queen needed to be kept on the board.
Ooh, but that was a wrong exchange. I don't know why. Maybe he thinks that the rook endgame is also clearly winning, but rook endgames always give you the maximum practical drawing chances.
So right now, Haik Martirosyan might just hold this to a draw. We are looking at this game because Faustino Oro is a young talent. He's played quite well in this tournament. He's beaten just Evgeny Nair in the previous round and drew with Vincent Keimer. And now maybe he could have beaten Haik Martirosyan, but this will end in a draw for sure.
Yes, and these youngsters, they play these tournaments, the World Rapid and Blitz, like so many times they will play, but then suddenly they'll come and they will win. Like what happened last year where Murzin won the World Rapid. And it, comes from a lot of tournaments, a lot of heartbreaks over there. So I think that's what Oro right now is gaining the experience.
Okay, Amruta. So this kind of ends the open section. In the women's section, just to show you guys, Humpy drew her game against Goryachkina. Maria Muzichuk drew her game against Le Chingye. It's kind of a weird result, right? Because Maria Muzichuk, Amruta, was totally crushing it. So big heartbreak there. She was totally winning actually for a long time. And then we had Harika drawing against Yining, Divya Deshmukh losing to Zhu Jinar, Tan Zhongi draw with Nino, Katrina Lagno beat Polina Shuvalova. Oh, they are a big clash of the Global Chess League, Lagno versus Shuvalova. They played so many games. And here,
I heard that Shuvalova is gonna go for the football match. It seems that she's really good at it and she loves football.
And then Amruta, we had a few more results here. Ju Wenjun losing another game.
What? That's really a big upset then.
Yeah, she's
But
on
Mungun
4.5 points.
has been she has been an experienced player. So on a good day, she is definitely capable of doing that.
And so with this, I think we've covered all the games. And I just want to end this with a small update on the standings, if I may, because I think, Amruta, we still have we do not have a sole leader in the Open. It's Artemiev, Hans Niemann, only two players on 7.5.
So tomorrow's pairing is very clear. Hans versus Artemiev. And then I think we have Magnus.
Magnus on 7, We have Sarana on 7. We have Nodirbek on 7. We have Erdogmus on 7.
So these four will play amongst each other.
Yeah.
Wow, Magnus versus Yaz would be very, very exciting. I'm looking forward for it.
And in the women's section, we have Humpy, who managed to draw her game against Goryachkina. If she would have won, she could have had a big lead. She was half a point ahead. Now she still remains half a point ahead of many others, but Zhu Jiner has caught up with her on 6.5 points because Zhu Jiner is also on 6.5. And there is also, yeah, she's the only one. So Humpy and Zhu Jin are on 6.5, rest of the players on 6. And guys, I think that's all from us. We're going to call it a night. Thank you all for following. Amrita, thank you. And thank you all who turned up here today. See you all tomorrow. Please do come here if you are in and around Doha.
And yes, exactly.
Qatar University.
Yeah, and maybe for football, I don't know if it is open or not, but a big thanks to FIDE and also Qatar Chess Federation over here for this amazing arrangements, amazing venue, tournament hall, and such a beautiful vibe, chess vibe we are having at this place. So do book your tickets to say a hi to everyone over here.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.